get started. It's about 5 after, and I know our friends here have another show to do after our show today, so I know they're ready to get started. And you look and you go, my goodness, look at that. Who is here today? Does anybody know?
A puppet show.
That's right, it is a puppet show. It's the Runaway Puppet Theater. They came last year. They were wonderful. Their show was so much fun. I know it's going to be just as great this year. So I think it has something to do with the Sandman or something about going to sleep. Well, hey, that matches our theme this year, doesn't it? Dream big, read. Let's all shout that on the count of 3 as loud as we can and see if that wakes. They may be asleep back there for all I know. Maybe that'll wake them up. So on the count of 3, as loud as we can, let's say dream big, read. 1, 2, 3. Well, that woke them up.
Hey! How are you guys today? There's people way over there. They don't have a big enough stage. If I come over to see you, I'm going to fall off the stage. So I'm just going to lean, okay? Hi, how are you guys? Hi, my name is Robin May. I'm one of the puppeteers with Runaway Puppet Theater, and we're really glad to be here with you today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. We're so glad to be in. We had a great time. Oh,
I'm yawning.
sorry. Anyway, we hope. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wow, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't get very much sleep last night. I guess the Sandman didn't come and see me last night. You guys know who the Sandman is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sandman is a mythical character that supposedly comes around and puts us to sleep at night and then gives us dreams and things like that. But we know that he's not really real, because why would somebody come in your house and...
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think you should tell people that I don't exist and that I'm not real. I mean, I don't tell people you're not real.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
You're telling people I'm not real, and I don't like it. I mean, I may not have the press that Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny get, but I have a very important job.
Are you trying to tell me that you're the Sandman?
That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you, and I don't think you should tell these people. Oh my goodness, this is what you look like when you're awake. Oh, I never get to see you like this. This is so... Oh my goodness, that's what color eyes you have. I never would have guessed. You're so much more active in the daytime. Well, actually, that's not true. Some of you are pretty rambunctious at night, to be honest.
Excuse me. You were saying you had a very important job?
Oh, yeah. Well, most people think I show up and put people to sleep, but that's not true. I actually show up after you've already gone to sleep.
Oh, so after we're sleeping, that's when you show up.
Exactly. So I know which one of you out there still wear footy pajamas. Yeah, not just the kids either, I can tell you. And I know which one of you still sleep with stuffed animals, like stuffed bears and things like that. In fact, there's somebody out there right now who sleeps with a stuffed octopus.
Really?
You know who you are.
Cool.
But I show up after your sleep, and I tell you stories, which you call dreams.
Oh, so the Sandman is really a storyteller.
Exactly. And I thought today I'd break with tradition a little bit and come by and tell you some stories while you're awake.
Well, normally that would be great, but
Yeah.
we're just about ready to start a show here. We're going to tell these kids stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and stuff.
Oh, that's great. I know all kinds of stories about nighttime and sleep and dreams and things like that. Yeah. In fact, you know what? I know a story about a guy who's famous just because he went to sleep.
Famous because he went to sleep?
Exactly. A guy famous because he went to sleep, and his name was Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, yeah, I know that story. That's great. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, now, once upon a time...
Wait. Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm telling them the story of Rip Van Winkle.
Don't you think I should be doing that? After all, the show is called Sandman's Sleepy Stories.
Well, yeah, I guess. Just go on ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. See you back there? All right. Once upon a time, back when the United States were still a group of English colonies, in a small village, there lived a fellow with the peculiar name of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his small village. Everyone was very fond of Rip because he was always willing to lend a hand whenever anyone needed help.
Oh, Rip, I'm so glad you're willing to help me carry my laundry home. It's so kind of you.
No problem, Mrs. Dretcher. You know what they say, virtue is its own reward.
Oh, do they? Well, I was going to reward you with a piece of pie, but in that case, I won't...
Well, you didn't let me finish. Virtue is its own reward unless there's pie involved. Then take the pie.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I've come up with a new recipe. I'm very eager to see what you think of it.
Well, that's great because, you know, my laundry carrying ability is only outshone by my pie tasting ability.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I have one I call Mrs. Drutcher's Chocolate Surprise.
Well, what's the surprise?
There's no chocolate in it, only strawberries and sardines.
No, oh, darn, I just remembered. I'm supposed to meet Mr. Van Brummel. I tell you what, you go on home, and I'll bring your laundry later.
Oh, and I'll warm up a piece of pie for you, will I? Yes, nothing better than warm sardines. I'll see you later, dear.
Strawberry and sardines? Blah. Well, as my old pappy used to say, never turn down a free piece of pie. Well, I guess maybe I can figure I'll get a piece without too many sardines in it.
Hey, Mr. Van Winkle, catch! Oh! Oh, Mr. Van Winkle, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? You okay? Where'd you go?
I lost my hat.
Oh, no. Sorry, Mr. Van Winkle. I know how much you like your hat.
Yes.
Oh, you all right? You okay? Did I hurt you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, well, you dropped all the laundry you were carrying, though.
Oh, yeah, looks like Mrs. Dretcher's going to have to do her laundry all over again.
Listen, I was wondering if you would play ball with us tomorrow. You hit and kick and throw better than any of the other kids.
Well, that may be because I'm 25 years older than the rest of you.
Yeah, maybe.
But, you know, I can't tomorrow. I have to meet Mr. Van Brummel for a lesson.
Mr. Van Brummel, the school teacher?
Yeah.
What is he teaching you?
No. I'm teaching him how to fish.
Mr. Van Brummel doesn't know how to fish?
Nope, not at all. And I don't know how long it's going to take for our lesson. It could be all day long.
Oh, means you can't play ball tomorrow. I'm phooey.
Well, but you know what that does mean?
No, what?
That means we'll have to play today. Yeah, you go get the rest of the kids. We'll meet at the King George Inn and we'll go play ball.
Yeah. Oh, this is the best day ever. Ha!
Yes, does my heart good to see the kids all excited. Ooh, yeah. Mrs. Dretcher's going to have to do her laundry all over again. Oh, look, there's a sock in the azalea bush.
So as I say, Rip Van Winkle was well liked by everyone in his little village. Well, with maybe one exception.
Rip Van Winkle, where are you, you no good, lazy layabout?
Uh-oh, that sounds like the melodious tones of my wife's voice. She better not see me here like this, so I better sneak away.
There you are, you no good, lazy husband of mine. Trying to sneak away from me, were ya?
No, I wasn't sneaking. I dropped something.
Likely story. What did you drop?
Laundry. Did you see a sock around here anywhere?
No, I didn't see any socks. I just saw a no good husband who should be at home feeding the cows and mending the fences and plowing the fields.
But dear, I don't have to plow the fields. There's already wild corn and cabbage growing in there.
Not anymore, the cows ate it.
Whoa, there you go. Now I don't have to feed the cows. Why do we have cows anyway? You can't play with them. They won't play fetch, and you can't ride them. Well, you can, but they don't go anywhere. They just look at you and go,
You could at least mend the fences.
but if I mend the fences, then the cows can't get in the field to get the corn and cabbage. You really don't think these things through very well, my dear.
I should have listened to my mother, but no. You no good, knuckle dragging, mouth
Excuse me,
breathing.
my dear, this is a family show.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see all the children out there. Well, fine then, fine. I'll have more adjectives for you when you get home.
Well, you know what? When my wife is in a mood like this, there's only one thing to do. Head for the hills.
So Rip Van Winkle headed out into the forest, hoping his wife would calm down and forget a few of the adjectives she had in mind to call him. So Rip found a lovely place in the forest, where he could relax and contemplate the mysteries of life.
I wonder who thought it was a good idea to make a sequel to Highlander.
When suddenly he heard,
Rip Van Winkle!
What was that? What was that? Oh, must have been my imagination. Oh,
Rip Van Winkle!
was that my wife? No, she wouldn't come out in the woods looking for me like that.
Rip Van Winkle! Hey! Over here!
What? Did you just say that? No, I think it came from over there. I better check this out.
So Rip Van Winkle went further into the forest, trying to find out who had been calling his name, when he came upon a clearing.
I think this is where I heard the voice coming from, but I don't see anything. Wait a minute. What's that I smell? It smells like someone's baking cookies.
Oh, Rip Van Winkle, there you are. I'm so glad you could help us out. Yeah.
Oh, well, who are you, and how do you know my name?
Oh, yeah, I should probably explain. I'm one of the magical forest folk, a brownie, actually.
Oh, so that's how you know my name. You used your magical powers.
No, I just listened when the Sandman introduced the show. But listen, I was wondering if you could help us out. We're going to enter a new cookie in the Forest Folk and Fairy Festival Bake-Off competition this year, and we all think it's great, but we'd like to get an objective opinion.
Who's this we you keep talking about?
Oh, me and the other brownies. We live in this toadstool and bake cookies.
Oh, so there's more than just you?
Oh, yeah, there's all of them. There's gooey, and there's chocolatey. There's the twins, moist and dry, and Grandpa Crumbly.
And you are?
Krusty Brownie. Glad to meet you. Well, listen, I was wondering if you'd try our cookie and tell us what you think. We all think it's great, but we need somebody with an objective opinion, like I say.
Well, my best ability is my cookie tasting ability. I'd be happy to try and taste it for you.
Well, great. Here, have one.
Oh,
Just take one.
Okay.
Just take one.
Just
We don't have that many to spare yet.
Okay, all
Take
right.
one
What is
back,
it?
you know. Yeah.
Well, it looks very thin,
Yeah.
and it smells very minty.
Yeah, that's what we were going for. Thin and minty. Thin. That may make for a good name. Anyway, see what you think about the taste, though.
All right. Well, you know, the proof is in the tasting.
Exactly. Take a bite there. What do you think?
That's good.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd say so. Yeah, I think we're got a winner this time. I think this year we're really going to beat those snooty elves in their hollow tree.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah. There was a little bit of controversy. Some of the other brownies thought I put too much pixie dust in the cookie. That sometimes makes people fall asleep, but I don't think I put in that much, really.
No. As a matter of fact, I think you could.
Rip? You okay, Rip? Too much pixie dust? Yep. Too much pixie dust. Well, back to the kitchen.
And so Rip Van Winkle slept. And when he awoke, it was early in the morning.
Oh, me. Oh, my goodness. It's in the morning. I bet you my wife has many, many more adjectives for me now. I better get back to the house before she comes searching for me. Ow. Wow, my knees really hurt. As a matter of fact, everything hurts. Well, I guess that's what happens when you sleep in the woods all night. Ow.
So Rip Van Winkle headed back to his tiny village. But when he arrived, nothing looked as he remembered, and he didn't recognize the people he saw.
Well, I thought this was the direction of my town, but nothing looks the same. No? I have to ask somebody for directions or something. Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to be accosted by an old beggar.
No. I was just wondering if you could help me. I want to know if this is my town or not, and I'm a little bit confused about
Oh, you're one of those, are you? Well, look, Grandpa, if you're going to make poor life choices, don't expect me
No.
to...
I was wondering if you could tell me, where's someplace somebody would know it. Oh, could you tell me where the King George Inn is?
King George Inn?
Yes.
There's no King George Inn around here.
Oh, well then I must be in the wrong town. Thank you.
Oh, no, you must understand. There used to be a King George Inn, but I had it torn down.
You had it torn down?
Yes.
But it was just here yesterday.
Are you daft, old man? No, I bought the King George Inn over a year ago and had it demolished.
No, but everybody meets at the King George Inn. That's where I meet the kids to play ball.
No one's met at the King George Inn for over 20 years, old man. Not since Rip Van Winkle went missing.
Missing?
Yeah.
But I'm right here. I'm not missing.
I think not. No, the children and I all used to meet Rip Van Winkle at the King George Inn, and one day he told us to meet him there, and he never arrived. And we waited, and finally we realized he'd abandoned us, and we never met at the King George Inn again.
No, I wouldn't abandon you. Wait a minute. Henry, how did you get all grown up overnight? night.
I can assure you I have aged at the normal rate, but I think time has adversely affected your senses, old
And
man.
that's another thing. Why do you keep calling me old man?
Well, obviously you are. I mean, only old men have long white beards like you have.
Long white beard? I have a long white beard.
Well, as fascinating as this conversation has been, I really must be on my way. Good day to you, old man.
Oh my, what's going on? Why do I have a long white beard? Nothing looks the same. I need to go find my wife. She'll tell me what's happening, even though she probably has many, many adjectives by now. Oh my gosh. Ow. 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 Oh.
So Rip Van Winkle headed to his house, hoping he'd find his wife and she could explain what was going on. But when he arrived, all he could find was an old, broken down old shack.
Oh. Well, I thought this was my house, but that thing looks like it's about to fall in on everybody's head. So,
Oh, who is it? What do you want?
oh, hello, my dear. I'm home. It's me, your husband.
The what?
It's me, your husband.
Hot dog buns? No, I don't even have hot dogs. What do I need buns for?
No, I'm your husband, Rip Van Winkle.
And what?
Rip Van Winkle.
Pickles? No, I don't eat pickles, especially not on hot dogs.
No, I've been gone all night.
You did what?
I've been gone all night.
Fly a kite? Well, go ahead. What are you bothering me for?
No, everything is different. I don't understand what's going on.
You what?
I don't understand what's going on.
About 4:30?
No, I'm confused. I don't understand.
Yes, lovely talking to you too. I see you later, dear.
Why, my own wife doesn't even recognize me. Oh no, why? 20 years? How could... Slept for 20 years? Crusty Brownie! He said he put too much pixie dust in those cookies. I gotta get back to that clearing and see if I can't get him to change this back around. I can't be old like this forever. Ow! Ow! Oh!
So Rip Van Winkle ran, or rather, well, more like he hobbled, back to the clearing where he had first met Krusty Brownie.
Krusty Brownie! Krusty Brownie! You've got to help me! My wife doesn't know who I am! I've slept for 20 years. Oh! Nobody knows who I am! The town is all different. I don't know anybody. Wait a minute. My knees don't hurt. Nothing hurts. My beard's gone. I'm back! I'm back! I gotta get back to town.
So Rip ran back to his village, which he was able to do much quicker now, until he arrived back to his home. And when he arrived, everything looked exactly as he remembered. He even saw a familiar face.
Yes! My town! My town! I'm back! I'm back! This is the most perfect day ever! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh, sorry, Mickey Van Winkle. Did I hurt you? Okay.
Henry!
Yes.
Henry! You're a kid again!
Again? What was that before, an armadillo?
No, I mean, you're a kid, not an adult!
No. You feel okay, Mr. Van Winkle? You still want to play ball with us?
Yes! Yes, I do want to play ball! Go
Okay.
get the kids, meet
Okay.
the King George in, but I've
Okay.
got to go back, go home and talk to my wife
Okay.
first.
Yeah, it's okay, Mr. Van Winkle. All right. Grown-ups are weird.
And so Rip Van Winkle ran back to his house, hoping to find his wife in his home just as he remembered it.
Oh, my dear, there's my house! It looks just like I remember! Yes! Oh, dear!
Oh,
dear!
there you are, you no-good husband of mine. Well, I've got lots more adjectives to call you now. In fact, I have an alphabetized list somewhere.
Yes, my dear. Call me all the adjectives you want as long as I get to hear your voice.
You feel all right?
Yes. Call me anything you want. Call me no good. Call me lazy. Call me indolent. Call me lousy.
Wait, what was that last one?
Lousy?
Before that.
Indolent.
Indolent, yes, I like that one. I think I'll start with that one, yes. Indolent,
Yes. Call me indolent. Call me outdolent. I don't care as long as I hear your melodious voice.
You sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm fine. And right now, I'm going to go back to town and play ball with the boys. But when I come back, I'm going to feed the cows, and I'm going to mend the fence, and tomorrow, I'll plant the field.
Really?
Yes.
Well, if you do all that, I can think of another adjective to call you.
And what's that?
Sweet.
And Rip Van Winkle did exactly as he had promised. He mended the fences, he plowed the fields, he even fed the cows. And after that, he was well liked by everyone in the village. And I do mean everyone. And that's the story of Rip Van Winkle. Did you enjoy that one?
Yeah.
That good? Oh, good. I like that one too. That's a very good story. I like it.
Mr. Sandman,
Yes.
that was a really good story. I'm really
Yeah.
glad you told it to
Sure.
us. And you know what? I never did think about it, but Rip Van Winkle was famous for going to sleep.
That's right. That was his claim to fame. Sleepiness and laziness. Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, I guess there are worse things to be famous for.
Like what?
I don't know. Stinkiest breath.
Well, yeah, that could be.
Cramming the most baby corns up your nose. Explosive flatulence.
Oh, okay. That's it.
Being a Kardashian.
Okay. But you know, sleeping too much is really bad for you.
Yeah, sleeping too much is bad for you. But you know what? Not sleeping enough is bad for you too.
That
You know
is
what?
true.
That reminds me of another story I know.
Another story?
Yeah.
How many stories do you know?
Oh, I know millions and millions of stories. I have them on loan from Anansi the spider.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah. But I know all kinds of stories. I know stories about aardvarks, I know stories about ice skating, I know stories about prickly pears. I even know stories about aardvarks ice skating through prickly pears.
Ooh,
I do.
tell us one of
But
those
this-
stories.
I don't have time right now. It's very involved and I have to have a lot of props.
Oh.
But the story I want to tell you now is about a young gecko who couldn't go to sleep.
A young gecko who couldn't go to sleep?
All the way from the island of Bali.
I don't think I know that story.
Oh, I should probably tell it then, right?
You're going to have to take
All right, great. I'll do it.
All right.
Now, once upon a time, way back on the island of Bali, there lived a young gecko. This young gecko enjoyed doing all the things a young gecko normally enjoys doing. He enjoyed playing hide and seek with his friends.
All right, ready or not, here I come. Let's see, Howie, are you over there? No. Oscar, is this you? No. Julius? Wow. Hide and seek is tough when your friends can change color and blend in with the foliage. Wow.
He also enjoyed a big dinner of mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Mosquito, just the way Mom used to make. Raw.
And after a long day of hide and seek and a big dinner of mosquitoes, the young gecko lay down, pulled a leaf up over himself, and relaxed, ready for a long evening's rest.
I never found my friend Oscar when we were playing hide and seek. Oh well, hope he's not waiting on me. What? What is? What's that light? That must be the firefly flashing his light. Firefly! Firefly, hey, get up the light! Firefly, I'm trying to sleep here. Can you turn? He's not going to turn it on. All right, I'll hide under here so I can't see him. It's too hot under there. I can't stand under the leaf. Oh, man, I'll never get to sleep like this. Oh, man.
So the young gecko turned and tossed and tossed and turned all night long, but he never did get to sleep. The next morning, the young gecko went to find the village elder.
Oh, what do I do with the village elders? Oh, village elder, village elder.
Good morning, young gecko. How are you this fine day?
I am not good, village elder, not good at all.
Not good. Why is that?
Well, I didn't get any sleep last night because the firefly kept flashing his light in my eyes. I was wondering if you could possibly speak to the firefly and ask him not to flash his light so bright at night.
Well, as the village elder, I want everyone in my village to be happy and well rested. Yes, I would be happy to go find out what happened with the firefly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I've got to get to the bottom of this, so we have to go find Firefly.
So the village elder went to find the firefly to find out why he had been flashing his light so late at night.
Firefly! Oh, Firefly!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good day to you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, Firefly, I was wondering if you could help me out here.
I would love to, sir.
I've had a complaint. Young Gecko says he couldn't get any sleep last night because you kept flashing your light. And I was wondering if you could stop flashing your light so late at night so everyone in the village could get some sleep.
Look, sir, I was just trying to pass on the message, sir.
Message?
Yes, sir.
What message is that?
The woodpecker was tapping on the tree late at night. I thought he must be trying to warn everyone, so I was trying to get everyone's attention to listen to his message. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the woodpecker and find out why he was tapping so late at night.
The woodpecker, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, I shall go find the woodpecker.
So the village elder went to find the woodpecker to find out why he had been tapping on the trees so late at night.
Sorry there, your kingship. I mistook your head for a block of wood. Easy mistake to make, though.
Yes, well, Woodpecker, I'm wondering if I could ask you for some help.
Sure, anything you want.
Yeah, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his lights. Firefly said he was only flashing his light because you were sending out a warning and he wanted to draw everyone's attention to it. What was the message you were trying to get to everyone's attention about?
I wasn't tapping on a message. I was tapping along with the song the frog was singing. I can't sing very well myself, but I do like to keep the beat.
Oh, I'm sure you have a lovely singing voice. Give us a song.
Oh, no, really, I can't sing very well at all. I really,
That's what everyone always says. Come on, give us a tune.
No, it's better if I don't. I really can't
come
sing.
on.
No, honestly, I can't sing. Can't tell ladies, sing this song. Do-da, do-da. Can't tell ladies.
No. You are right. You should go back to keeping the beat.
Don't just know your criticalness.
Yes.
Well, listen, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the frog and find out why he was singing so late at night.
Frog,
Yes,
huh?
sir. Mhm.
All right.
So the village elder went to the pond to find the frog, to find out why the frog had been singing so late at night.
Frog! A frog!
Hi-ho there, village elder, sir.
Are you sure you're a frog?
Of course I'm sure. Don't you see my stereotypical frog color?
Yes. Well, I've come because I'm trying to get to the bottom of a disturbance.
Oh, yes, what happened there?
Yes. Well, last night young Gecko couldn't get any sleep because Firefly kept flashing a light. Firefly said he was flashing his light because the woodpecker was having out a warning. But the woodpecker said he was just keeping beat to the song that you were singing. So I've come to ask you if you would please stop singing so late at night.
Oh, but sir, I wasn't singing last night. I was yelling at the beetle.
Yelling at the beetle?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, the beetle was carrying a ball of filth down the street, sir.
Filth?
Yes, sir.
What kind of filth?
Street filth, sir.
Oh, like old tires?
No, a bit more unhygienic.
Oh, candy wrappers and old
No,
bananas.
this was more like leavings, sir.
Leavings?
Droppings, sorry.
Someone dropped something?
Well, yes, technically, yes, it is.
I don't understand.
Well, it is, it was poo, sir.
Poo?
Yes, sir.
Why would she be carrying poo down the street?
I don't know. It was very unhygienic, and I wouldn't have said anything, but, I mean, beetle's carrying that ball of poo down the middle of the street.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should probably talk to Beetle and find out why he was carrying a ball of so on and so forth down the street.
Beetle.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to go find Beetle.
By this time, the village elder was beginning to get angry, and so he went throughout the village, looking for the beetle, to find out why he had been carrying a ball of, well, so on and so on, down the middle of the street.
Beetle! Beetle! Where are you, Beetle? Yes.
Lovely day, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a lovely day. No, I've got a problem, and you seem to be the cause of it. Yes, young Gecko said he couldn't get any sleep last night because Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't tapping a warning, he was tapping along to the song the frog
time, the village elder was very angry. So he stomped through the village, looking for the water buffalo, trying to find out why he left a big squat of poo in the middle of the street. Water buffalo! Water buffalo!
Hi there, village elder. How are you?
I'm not good.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, there was a big disturbance last night, and it's coming down to you.
Well, what happened?
Well, Gecko couldn't get any sleep last night because the Firefly kept flashing his light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was sending out a warning. Woodpecker wasn't sending out a warning. He said he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing. He was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. The Beetle said she was carrying the poo because you left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Now, I'm village elder. I'm telling you to stop right now.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens. I try to help and I get yelled at.
Help? How is putting poo in the street a help?
It's a help because the rain washed a stone away in the middle of the street. The merchants have almost lost their carts in that hole. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should talk to the rain and find out why it rains so hard it washes stones away from the middle of the street. I'm out of here, and I have to go to the bathroom.
Rain cloud.
By this time, the village elder was furious. So he stomped throughout the village until way out on the outskirts of the village elder found a rain cloud happily raining away.
Yeah. Raindrops keep falling on your heads.
Rain cloud.
What?
I need you to stop this instant.
Stop what?
Stop raining.
Stop raining?
Yes.
But I'm a rain cloud. That's what I do.
Yes. But you're the cause of the disturbance last night.
What happened?
Young Gecko didn't get any sleep because Firefly was flashing a light. Firefly was flashing his light because Woodpecker was tapping out a warning. Woodpecker said he wasn't warning, he was tapping along to the song the Frog was singing. Frog said he wasn't singing, he was yelling at the Beetle for carrying a big ball of poo down the street. Beetle said she had to carry the poo because the water buffalo had left a huge splat in the middle of the road. Water buffalo said he put the splat in the road because you had washed away stones in the road. So now I'm telling you to stop raining right now.
Hey, listen. First of all, I'm a rain cloud. I make rain. That's what I do. Secondly, I'm only doing what I was asked to do.
Asked to do? Who asked you to put a rain so hard it put a hole in the road?
The gecko. The gecko's been asking for rain for weeks. If there's no rain, there's no mosquitoes. And if there's no mosquitoes, the gecko goes hungry. So you want to get to the bottom of this? Talk to the gecko.
Oh, I will talk to the gecko, but until then, stop raining in my village.
Hey, well listen, I got news for you, pal. I'm gonna rain as long as I got it in me.
You have to do what I say. I'm the village elder.
Yeah, well I'm not part of the village. I float wherever the wind takes me. In fact, take that. Hey, like I say, you want to yell at somebody? Talk to the gecko.
Gecko.
And so the village elder stomped back to the middle of the village, trying to find the young gecko.
Gecko! Gecko!
Yes, sir, village elder. Yes. Did you talk to the Firefly, sir?
Yes!
Yeah.
I talked to the Firefly,
Okay, yeah.
and I talked to the Woodpecker, and the Frog, and the Beetle, and the Water Buffalo, and the Rain Cloud.
Yes.
And I have one thing to say to you.
Yes, sir.
Go and live in peace with your neighbors. We all have our problems.
And so the young gecko still didn't get any more sleep. But he did have lots of mosquitoes to eat for that month and for many more months to come. And that's the story of the complaining gecko. So, you see, thank you. So as you see, sometimes if you can't sleep, it might be your own fault, like it was with Miss Robin last night.
Mr. Sandman,
Yes?
what do you mean it was my own fault that I couldn't get to sleep?
Well, you probably shouldn't have had a big eggplant parmesan sandwich with horseradish sauce right before you go to bed.
Yeah, that probably wasn't such a good
Not a good idea.
But it sure was yummy.
I bet. Well, this has been fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. I gotta go now and get ready. So I'll see you later.
No,
And
Mr. Sandman, no, you can't leave yet.
why not?
Well, you have to tell us one more story. You've only told us 2.
Well, yeah, but normally I only get a short time with everybody, and I thought 2 stories would be good. Then I could go get ready for tonight.
No,
See, and then
you have to tell us 3 because everything is better in 3s.
Not everything. Not angry bees.
Well, okay.
Not careless dentists.
Well, but that's not what I was talking about.
Not IRS agents. Not Kardashians.
Okay.
One more.
You've only told us stories so far about people that sleep too much and people that can't sleep enough.
Oh yeah, I haven't even told you stories about dreams
No,
yet, have
you
I?
haven't told us any
No.
dreaming stories.
You know what? That reminds me of a story about a man who got rich through a dream.
Got rich through a dream.
That's right. Would you like to hear that one?
I would love to hear that one.
Oh, great.
Right. I suppose you want to tell this one too.
If you don't mind, it is what I do.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Now, once upon a time, way back in fairy tale times, there was a farmer, which really in and of itself is no big deal. But this farmer had a very large plot of land. Every year, the farmer would plant his crops and work his land diligently, hoping that he would get a large crop of food to feed himself and his wife for all the year to come.
Ooh, yeah. Looking good, yeah.
Oh, dear, Howard. Oh, how's everything going this year?
Oh, wonderful. This is great. Look at this.
Oh, what did you plant this year, dear?
This year I planted tomatoes and lettuce and onions and corn and squash and melons.
Oh, I can't wait to see how it all turns out.
Yes, and you are in luck, wife of mine, because I'm about ready to start the harvest.
Yay!
So as I say, the farmer worked his land diligently. But no matter what he planted, the only thing he ever grew were turnips.
Turnips again?
Turnips again?
Well, it's really not that bad, I guess.
Not that bad. It's a whole year of nothing to eat but turnips. Turnips baked and grilled and fried and turnip stir fry and turnip ice cream.
Oh, I have a new recipe I want to try tonight.
Yeah?
It's called turnip surprise.
What's the surprise?
There's nothing in it but turnips.
Oh, this dull old field. Lousy, no good, grow nothing but turnip field. I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay.
So the farmer got ready, went inside, and after a big dinner of turnip surprise, washed down with a big glass of turnip juice and a bowl of turnip ice cream for dessert, the farmer went to bed, hoping to dream of something other than turnips.
Oh, man.
And that's where I came in. That's right, I actually get to be inside this story. And so I woke the farmer up to give him a very important message. Farmer, oh kind farmer, wake up. I have something to tell you. Farmer, oh dear farmer, it is I, the Sandman, with a very important message for you. Farmer,
Wake up! They're trying to get after me again! Oh, my. Who are you?
I am the Sandman, farmer, and I have a very important message for you.
Does that mean I'm dreaming?
Yes, it does.
Cool.
Farmer, if you go to the city and stand on the bridge, you will find your fortune.
That's it?
Well, yes.
It's a bit cryptic, don't you think? I mean, can't you give me a little bit more to go on?
No, sometimes dreams are supposed to be a bit vague.
Well, as long as you're here, could you dream me up a great big steak?
Of course not. You shouldn't eat in bed. Besides, you get your little ducky pillow all greasy. Ugh.
Oh, fiddlesticks. Well, as long as I'm up, I'll go get me a glass of turnip juice, I guess.
For 3 nights, I visited the farmer, telling him that if he went to the city and stood on the bridge, he would find his fortune.
Oh, dear, you okay? Have you not been sleeping well?
No,
What's the
no.
matter?
For 3 nights I've had the same dream.
But what about the turnips? Yeah, that is scary.
No, no, no. The Sandman says if I go to the city and stand on this bridge, I will find my fortune.
Oh, I've had a dream for 3 nights in a row, and there's all these ponies, and they have lasers shooting out of their eyes. And then,
No, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go to the city, I'm going to stand on that bridge and wait for my fortune.
What about the turnips?
Oh, who cares about the turnips? I don't like that lousy old field. As a matter of fact, while I'm gone, see if you can't sell it.
Oh, okay. Bye, dear. Oh, hope you took clean underwear.
So the farmer went to the city, found the bridge, and stood there, hoping he would find his fortune just as I had told him in the dream.
Well, here I am in the big city, standing on this bridge, waiting for my fortune. Yep, standing on the bridge, waiting on my fortune. Fortune come on any minute now. Yep. This is going to take longer than I thought.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw someone approaching the bridge.
Oh, excuse me there. I was wondering, can you tell me which way is it to the castle?
No, I'm sorry. I'm a stranger in this land. I don't know where the castle is, Mr.
I have a very unusual name, but it's very important I get to the castle because I have a very important meeting with the miller's daughter.
Miller's daughter.
Yes,
Castle.
yes.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Yes!
What?
You're my fortune.
What?
Yes! You're a funny little man. You have a strange name. You gotta go to the castle to meet the miller's daughter.
What?
Yes! My fortune is here!
What are you talking about, your fortune?
You are Rumpelstiltskin, and you are my fortune. You're gonna go to the castle and spin some straw and gold for me, and we'll have everything we have.
You're mistaken. I am not Rumpelstiltskin. No, of course not. No.
Yeah. What's your funny little name then?
Sidney Krupnik.
Sidney Krupnik?
Yes.
Well, what do you have to go to the castle for?
Well, I'm the miller's daughter's lawyer. She's being illegally detained. I'm here to file a protest.
A protest?
Yes.
But I thought for sure you were my fortune. Yeah, you're a funny little man.
That's another thing. Stop calling me funny little man. It is slander. It's defamation of character. Don't make me violate cease and desist order.
I'm sorry. Sheesh. Touchy.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And that night, since he had nowhere else to go, he lay down on the bridge, lay down on a cobblestone, and slept all night long. He awoke early the next morning, hoping that would be the day he would find his fortune.
Oh, me. I hope my fortune comes today. I don't know if I can sleep on that bridge one more night.
So the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until, towards the end of the day, he saw a goose approaching the bridge.
Oh, hello there, farmer. I was wondering if you could tell me where a place I could roost in.
Roost?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's something we fowl do before we lay eggs.
Oh.
Yes, that I really need to find a place to roost, if you know what I mean.
You need a place to lay your eggs?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
A goose
Yes.
that lay... Oh! Yes!
What?
Yes! You are my fortune!
What do you
Yes!
mean?
You're the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'll take you home with me and you'll lay eggs of gold for my wife and I, and we'll have a nice house and all the food we want, and maybe even a little horsey to ride.
No, you're mistaken. I am not the goose that can lay golden eggs. I lay regular old goose eggs.
Are you sure?
Of course. I mean, who would want to lay golden eggs, even if I could? Ugh. It'd probably be very tough to lay, and then, can you imagine how cold it would be sitting on a golden egg? I'd probably get, wait for it, goosebumps.
Yeah.
Get it? Goosebumps?
Yeah, I get it. Why don't you go find some place to roost?
Oh, yeah, I need to do that. Good luck with your fortune, farmer.
Yeah. Aw. I just knew that was going to be my fortune. Golden eggs and all. Aw.
So the farmer stood on the bridge the rest of the day, but he never did find his fortune. And once again, since he had nowhere else to go, He lay down on the bridge, cuddled up with a cobblestone, and slept all night long. And again he awoke early in the morning, hoping this would finally be the day when he found his fortune.
Oh. You know, when you use a cobblestone for a pillow and you drool, you get mud on your face.
And the farmer stood on the bridge all day long, until towards the end of the day again, he saw someone else approaching the bridge.
No, excuse me there, my good lad. I was wondering if you could,
No, I'm sorry. I'm not from this town. I don't know what day it is. I don't know a place for you to roost, and I have no idea how to get to the castle.
You misunderstand, my dear lad. I'm not here to find something out from you. I'm here to help you.
You're here to help me?
Yes, I was wondering if you might be interested in some beans.
In some beans?
Yes.
What would... Wait a second. Yes.
Yes.
I will take those beans.
Yes.
And I will take them back with me to my house, and I will plant them in my garden, and they will grow into a huge beanstalk, and I'll climb that beanstalk, and they'll be gold and jewels.
What are you talking about?
The beans. They're magic beans. And I'll plant them, and they'll grow a beanstalk.
No. These are not magic beans. These are regular old everyday beans.
Just plain old beans?
Well, of course. I had seen you standing here several days. I thought you must be getting hungry, so I was offering you beans for lunch.
Beans for lunch?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's better than turnips.
Yes, of course it is.
But I was so sure. I just knew you would be my fortune.
Well, why do you think I would bring you your fortune?
Well, for 3 days I had a dream that if I came and stood on this bridge that I would find my fortune. And I just knew that you and those beans were it.
You mean you came all this way and spent all this time standing on this bridge because of a dream?
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of strange now, but...
It doesn't seem strange at all. No. It seems downright foolish. How can you be so witless to spend all this time and effort standing on this bridge because of a dream? Dreams don't mean anything.
Well, yeah, it does seem kind of weird now.
I mean, I can't believe you'd waste all this time just because of a dream. Dreams don't mean anything. I mean, I myself have had a dream for 3 nights in a row. 3 nights in a row. That if I went to the countryside and dug in a field, I would find a pot of gold. But you don't see me rushing out there because I dreamed it.
You had a dream that you find a pot of gold and you didn't go?
Oh, of course not. It would be absurd to think I'd find a pot of gold in a field because I dreamed it.
Well, yeah, it would be difficult to know what field to dig in.
No, not at all. No. I see this field fairly clearly in my dream. No, nothing grows in this field but turnips. Nothing but turnips as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah.
Now you're thinking sensibly. Well, if you decide you do want these beans, come and find me. I'll be over here.
Yeah. Turnip field! My turnip field! Oh no, the one I told my wife to sell! I gotta get back to the house!
So the farmer rushed home as quickly as he could, trying to find and see if he and his wife still owned the turnip field.
Oh, my dear! What? Are you here? Are you here? Yes. Hello.
Oh, dear. Did you find your fortune?
Well, almost, but I have to ask you a question. Yeah. Did you sell the field?
No. Nobody wanted to buy a field that only grew turnips.
Yes! Yes, the field is still ours! Yes!
It only grows turnips still, you know.
Yeah, I know, but here, where's that shovel? Where did that shovel go? Shovel. Oh, here it is. Okay. Watch this.
All right.
And so the farmer began to dig. And after he dug just a little ways below the surface, he found...
Oh my goodness, there's a pot of gold!
Yes! We found our fortune! And now, dear, we're going to go out to eat. And we're going to have steak and lobster and corn and melons and... Well, you know, maybe we ought to have some turnips.
Have some turnips. I don't think I want turnips.
And so, the farmer and his wife lived happily ever after. Very, very glad they had a field that grew nothing but turnips.
And gold. Yeah.
And that's the story of the man who got rich through a dream. How was that? Oh, guys, you like that?
Mr. Sandman.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and telling us those stories. We really enjoyed them.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You're so much more active when I tell you a story during the daytime. Normally at night, you just kind of mumble or snore a little bit or drool up the side of your mouth. That's about all I get.
Oh,
And wasn't it better doing things in threes?
You're right. It was better better telling three stories. I enjoyed it very much.
That's right, that's right. Well, we want to thank you guys for coming to see our show. If you want to know more about Runaway Theater, you can go to runawaytheater.com. And if you go to our website, push the resource button, and you'll find coloring sheets and puzzles that you can print out and do at home.
And more books about dreams and stories and puppetry.
That's right.
That's right.
We're also on Facebook, so you can like us on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
So we want to thank you for coming and telling us stories.
Sure.
We want to thank you for being such a great audience, and we want to thank the library for having us come in. Hope you guys have sweet dreams.
Pleasant dreams. Bye.
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what of these eyes and these souls? Next, we'll see just what it took for these cats to earn their stripes. and spots. And show how one lady is using dogs to save cats. And then head to Kenya for an up-close encounter with lions, on foot. This lion is looking at me right in the eyes. From pumas to panthers, cats are some of the most intriguing creatures to walk the earth. Intelligent, powerful, beautiful, and quite deadly. If you've ever gotten up close to a big cat, you know there's a definite mystique surrounding them. Plus, they can be pretty intimidating. Solid and muscular, these creatures can weigh up to 675 pounds and grow to 9.5 feet in length. Now, add to that grace, stealth, and speed, and you've got one of the most effective killing machines on the planet. So why then are these predators vanishing at such staggering rates? That's the mystery we intend to investigate in Saving a Species, the Story of Cats. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And there's definitely something about big cats that makes me stop and take notice. Their mere size, strength, stealth, and beauty are all things that command attention. I mean, who wouldn't be in awe of such amazing creatures? Which is why it's surprising that so many big cats are in danger of becoming extinct. At current rates of decline, most of the 37 species of wild cats in the world could go extinct within the next 25 years. And what can keep that from happening? Becoming aware, at least as a first step. And rescued animals like Jasmine here, as well as the other cat ambassadors you'll meet today, can all help in creating awareness about wildlife in peril. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about conservation, let's find out a little bit about the family of cats. And for that, we need to go back. Way back. All modern cat species have evolved from a common ancestry that can be traced back more than 2 million years. But their ancestors go back even further. The cat's most ancient known ancestor lived about 40 million years ago, and it looks sort of like a weasel. The best known of the prehistoric cats is probably the saber-tooth. About the size of a modern African lion, this fierce animal hunted throughout much of the world, but became extinct about 11,000 years ago. Okay, those were the prehistoric cats. But many centuries went by before the cats we know today hit the scene, or became domesticated. And when they did, they played a big part in human culture and mythology for thousands of years. For centuries, big cats have been revered. Look at the Great Sphinx. It has the head of a pharaoh and the body of a lion. And the tiger has figured widely in the art and culture of the great civilizations of Asia. And then, of course, there's the house cat, like Fifi here. The domestication process started as early as 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, where cats were regarded as members of the household. There, cats were considered so valuable that the penalty for killing one was death. Cats were valued in other parts of the world as well, mostly for their rat-catching skills. The ancient Greeks and Romans took cats to all other parts of Europe, and it was those early cats that actually were the ancestors of today's modern house cat. But throughout history, not everyone has been so fond of cats. Their extraordinary hunting skills, beautiful coats, and supposed healing powers have made them targets themselves for poachers, ranchers, and farmers. Today, cats are still suffering from two major problems: illegal hunting and habitat loss. Some subspecies are already extinct, and others are on the brink. We've seen that they descended from the first ancient cats who roamed the planet 40 million years ago. That common ancestry is what leaves cats with the same basic similarities. All cats are carnivores, or meat eaters, and members of the family Felidae. But over time, cats have evolved into different shapes, sizes, and colors. Through evolutionary adaptation, marked differences now distinguish one species from another. Those built for speed over land, and others designed for climbing in the trees. Those who hunt by day, and those who are generally nocturnal. In fact, 37 species of wildcats now inhabit the Earth and are found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Those considered big cats are in the genus Panthera, which consists of tigers, the largest member of the cat family, lions, leopards, and jaguars. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammal on the planet. they can reach speeds of 70 miles per hour for short bursts, but long enough to track down their prey. That's faster than most roller coasters. Then there are the cats in the genus Felis. Although not considered big cats, these cats are still large and consist of pumas, also known as cougars, panthers, or mountain lions, ocelots, lynx, servals, and fishing cat. Cats of the forest, like tigers, leopards, and jaguars, are usually stockier and have much shorter limbs made for climbing. While those found in wide-open savannas, such as lions and cheetahs, are longer-limbed, built for running. And did you know that all cats can purr, but only 4 can roar? The lion, leopard, tiger, and jaguar. But there's something all cats have in common. They're extraordinary hunters with big appetites. The Siberian tiger, for instance, needs about 20 pounds of food every day to survive. At one meal, he can consume up to 100 pounds of meat since he doesn't often get to eat every day. That's because 90% of hunts are unsuccessful. Predation is hard work. With few exceptions, cats are solitary hunters who use their terrific senses of eyesight and hearing to track down their prey. They have strong limbs, sharp claws, and most, like Jasmine here, have long tails. 2 features often help them stalk their prey: patterned fur that helps them blend in with their surroundings, and the ability to creep silently through their habitat. And when they strike, watch out. Big cats are big jumpers. Did you know that tigers can make horizontal leaps of 33 feet? And some leopards can jump more than 10 feet high? Cats really are the perfect hunter and well equipped for the job. Sharp teeth, strong jaws, keen hearing, remarkable vision, muscular bodies, and agile limbs with powerful retractable claws, except for cheetahs, which are used for climbing, lunging, killing, and even scratching. Tiger scratch marks on trees serve as territorial markers. Some can even swim and go fishing. Even the coat of each species is specialized for the hunt. Spots, stripes, light and dark. This camouflage pelt helps cats sneak up on their prey. Leopards are differentiated from all other cats by the rosette-shaped markings on their bodies. Then there's the tiger's coat, orange with vertical black stripes. Those stripes are like human fingerprints. No 2 tigers have the same stripe pattern. They'll hide in dense brush and stalk their prey from behind, ambush style. But they're also expert swimmers. Tigers, like the Sumatran, seem willing to hunt just about anything, from fish and crocodiles to wild pigs and deer. Tigers hunt at dusk and may travel as many as 20 miles in a single night. That means extraordinary strength, stamina, and of course, night vision. That's right, cats can see up to 6 times better than we do in the dark. So it doesn't take headlights for these guys to cruise at night. Well, now that we've found out something about some of the wildcats that are out there, let's take a closer look at some of the species who are really in need and who's stepping up to come to the rescue. Some people are drawn to do the tough jobs, and this is the case with Dr. Lori Marker, founder of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Based in Namibia, CCF's International Research and Education Center is recognized for its excellence in helping cheetahs and their habitats. And with less than 15,000 cheetahs remaining worldwide, they are in dire need of protection.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund has as a mission to ensure the future survival of the cheetah using integrated approaches in conservation, education, and research. We are multidisciplined in the work that we do and try to work on a lot of levels. And we're working to try to save the cheetah, both here in Namibia, but throughout its entire range.
CCF's current work involves examinations, including blood and tissue samples, to gain information into the animal's medical status, which can shed light on diseases that affect this species. Data on their range, habitat use, and habits are collected from past radio tracking studies, which gives insight into exactly what cheetahs do with their days. Many things are threatening the cheetah population. One factor impacting them is hunting and trapping by regional farmers. Cheetahs are stealthy, swift hunters, and captive farm animals make an easy target, especially when native prey are becoming more and more scarce due to farming and ranching in once wild lands. Livestock are the farmer's source of income, which comes down to his own survival. So CCF has launched an ambitious educational campaign geared toward the local farmers and has worked directly with them to respond to their needs while sparing the lives of the cheetahs. One innovative solution has been to breed dogs, specifically Anatolian Shepherds, and place them with farmers to guard their stock. In addition to training, CCF provides free medical care for the dogs, trains the animals, and teaches the farmers how to provide the best dog care and support. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact on reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. But not all cheetah conservation is being done overseas. For over 25 years, White Oak Conservation Center in Florida has been involved in research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals and their habitats. From the rare okapi to an assortment of African hoofstock, this Florida preserve has made a mark in wildlife conservation.
Basically, we're working with threatened and endangered species to provide options for the future. You know, there's different opportunities for different species we have here. Each has a strategic plan that's worked out, dedicated what we're going to concentrate on, either research, breeding, conservation, reintroduction. So we look at all those different components.
Partnering with a range of notable organizations, White Oak also joined forces with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Their mission? Stabilize the cheetah gene pool and bolster the population numbers.
The cheetah is hard to study in the wild. You know, it's a solitary animal, and the mother hides the young. By having them where we can look at them and monitor them, and we've learned a lot about their basic needs, we try to provide a linkage between the species we have here and the species in the wild. And the chance of these cheetahs going back to the wild are very slim. But the knowledge we're gathering here does help generate enthusiasm, support for CCF.
A lot of information can be gathered about the cheetahs during this time, which can teach us how best to meet the needs of this species.
There's a lot of research that we do here at White Oak because of the number of animals that we have. We do veterinary research so that we look at some disease issues. We do reproductive physiology research, and we do behavioral research. And we can use that information to go back and see if we can help with any of the problems that they're having in the native habitats in Africa.
When the cheetahs reach a stable age, some are relocated to other facilities.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
White Oak's partnership with the Cheetah Conservation Fund has proven to be a successful merger and has served the cheetah conservation effort on many levels. But White Oak has been successful with another cat species as well, right in their own backyard.
The White Oak Conservation Center began its work in rehabbing Florida panthers in 1986 with the arrival of a male named Big Guy who had been hit by a car and was seriously injured.
Panthers that have been orphaned or injured in the wild are brought to White Oak, where they are treated medically until fit. The Florida panther is highly endangered, with less than 100 animals left in the wild. With numbers this low, the gene pool is limited, affecting the reproductive health of the population. Habitat loss due to building development and deaths due to car accidents have had a severe impact on the panthers as well.
Since every individual cat is so important to the population, those cats are brought here with the hope of salvaging them and getting them back out into the wild. And we do whatever we can do to make sure that that happens.
Then they're released into a 17-acre heavily wooded enclosure where they are allowed to build up their stamina. During this time, their progress is monitored by video cameras to ensure the panthers can find prey and support themselves. After several months of rehab, the panthers are returned to their home range in South Florida.
couple of years ago, we had a cat in here that went through 72 surgeries in order to repair one of its legs that had been broken in an accident with a car. And we finally got him back in sound condition. He was released, and since then he has sired at least 2 litters of offspring that we know of. So apparently his leg's holding up well, and everything's working as it should be. The news just doesn't get any better than that.
Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are active supporters of the Florida panther. In connection with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are working towards management of the feline leukemia virus. Information gained from this research will not only help manage the outbreak in the Florida panther, it will also benefit managers of other wildcat populations.
Florida isn't the only place where panthers are found. Out west, where they're also known as cougars or mountain lions, this cat faces its own set of challenges.
Once upon a time, cougars lived all over the American wilderness, boasting the most extensive distribution of any non-human land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Secretive and solitary, the cougar is rarely seen by humans, though its distinctive call can be heard for miles. East of the Mississippi, however, cougars are generally presumed extinct. As we just saw, only one subspecies survives in the east, the endangered Florida panther. Until the mid-1900s, cougars in the west faced the same predator control pressures that wiped them out of the east, with most states paying bounties for killing cougars. But by the 1960s, public perception had begun to change, and many western states eliminated bounties and placed limits on cougar hunting. Some states have even stronger protection for cougars. California, for instance, banned cougar hunting entirely in 1990. So cougars in the West have fared much better than their eastern counterparts, due largely to vast public lands that support the cats and their prey. But as long as expanding human activities continue to encroach upon their remaining strongholds, the future of this cat will remain uncertain.
Have you noticed a recurring theme yet? In order to save the cats, 2 main points keep popping up. 1, protect their habitat, and 2, educate people about the important role of predators in the environment.
As a conservationist, I sometimes wonder why I'm making the world safer for goats. But if you're interested in predator conservation, you have to be interested in livestock conservation, because people kill predators when predators kill livestock. If we want to make the world safe for hyenas and lions, we need to help protect these livestock better.
Dr. Lawrence Frank knows his predators. As head of the Laikipia Predator Project at the Impala Research Center in Kenya, he is a champion in the efforts of livestock management.
So what does livestock management have to do with lions? Well, in the past decade, lion populations have been drastically reduced, mostly due to poisoning and shooting of these predators.
Native tribespeople have been protecting their livestock for centuries. In the past, there was plenty of prey for lions to hunt, which meant they were less likely to kill livestock. But human population growth and habitat loss has made for poorer conditions and tougher times for predators. With less space and fewer prey, lions are more prone to attack livestock, and local tribespeople have resorted to aggressive measures to protect their herds. The Predator Project takes action by tagging and tracking lions in the region in order to keep tabs on their movements and to identify problem lions that repeatedly attack livestock. Dr. Frank's use of GPS makes this process very effective.
In order to find our lions, to figure out where they're going, how they're using the land in relation to people and livestock, the only way we can do that is to radio collar them and track them from the air.
Busch Gardens has long supported Dr. Frank's research, and I was lucky enough to be able to track lions with Dr. Frank in Africa in person. Hey, Dr. Frank.
Hey, Julie.
How was your flight this morning?
It was pretty good.
What'd you find?
Found number 50 and 51, which are a pair of females. We've seen them from the air a little while ago, and they had a couple of animals I didn't recognize with them. They're not far from here. I thought maybe late this afternoon we'd take a walk and see if we can lay eyes on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
It might get interesting.
I can't wait.
Let's do it.
Easier said than done. We trekked through bush and across open savanna, following the beep of the portable tracking device, while Dr. Frank tried to lure them with a distressed animal collar. But no luck in spotting lion 50 or 51. We decided to move deeper into the bush, which eventually paid off. This lion is no more than 15 yards from us, looking at me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be fun.
Well, let me tell you, summoning a lion to within 50 feet of you is not for the faint of heart. They're stealthy, unpredictable, and, well, remember that distressed animal collar? These cats were expecting dinner.
These females are really wary. That's as much as we've ever seen of them.
She was a little bit upset, wasn't she?
Yeah, yeah. The last time we did this, she charged us.
A better understanding of how these lions move within their range and gaining insight into how they hunt has helped Dr. Frank find real solutions to livestock predation. The Predator Project offers local farmers viable alternatives to killing lions, such as providing stronger gates on their bomas or corrals, or installing solar-powered electric fences to fend off predators while keeping their livestock and homes safe. Cat conservation is a complex puzzle involving a lot of pieces and many players. Finding answers may not be easy, but with dedicated people and programs, entire communities understand that they can have an impact on the future of a species. On Laikipia Plateau, numbers 50 and 51 have Dr. Frank and the Predator Project to thank for that. Cats have long been hunted and killed for all kinds of reasons. They are killed because they're seen as competitors for prey. They are killed because they've taken livestock. They're killed to clear land for development. They're killed for sport. They're killed for the fashion trade. And they're even killed for their body parts, used for health remedies in some countries. The loss of cat habitat has reached dangerous levels as the human population continues to soar.
You know what? Their problem is also our problem. The decline of a carnivore, such as a cat, changes the entire balance of an ecosystem. Let's take a look.
Cats are linked to their prey, who in turn are linked to one another through competition for food. Changes in this food chain directly affect our environment, which means this directly affects us.
And none of the big cats are safe, not even the biggest feline of all.
Some experts say the Sumatran tiger could be the first large mammal to go extinct in the 21st century. Tigers once roamed from Russia to the Indian Ocean and across the Far East, but are now only found in small pockets of Asia. 3 of the original 8 tiger subspecies, the Bali, Javan, and Caspian, have become extinct in the past 70 years. And the 5 remaining subspecies, the Bengal, Sumatran, Amur or Siberian, Indo-Chinese, and South China, are all threatened by poaching and habitat loss. The total wild population of these remaining tiger subspecies has been estimated to be as few as 5,000. World Wildlife Fund is making a difference. They're making extreme efforts to preserve the tiger's habitat and implement anti-poaching patrols throughout Asia. Rangers remove snares and traps from designated parks, and suspects are taken into custody for police investigation. World Wildlife Fund field officers followed up on arrests, monitor progress of investigations, and draw media attention to pressure courts to act responsibly in sentencing.
Since 2001, Busch Gardens and SeaWorld have contributed over $100,000 to World Wildlife Fund's tiger conservation efforts, and this important partnership will definitely continue.
There's only 5 of 8 tiger subspecies existing still in the wild, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is helping World Wildlife Fund to protect them. If you take the Sumatran tiger, for example, that lives on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, there are only 400 of these animals left in the wild, and Sumatra, the island that they live on in Indonesia, is home to the most threatened rainforest on Earth. So SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is supporting World Wildlife Fund to do real work in real places and achieve real results in tiger conservation.
So what else can be done to help preserve cats and their habitats? To begin with, the habitats where cats live must be preserved. Laws that protect cat species and their prey must be passed and enforced. Ways need to be found to meet the needs of cats and humans, especially in areas where farming, ranching, and human settlements are moving into cat habitats. It's also important to support breeding programs in zoological parks to maintain a gene pool that can help wild populations when needed. Some people feel these animals can be kept as pets, which is never a good idea.
You know, wild animals as pets never work out. We have 2 facilities full of them to prove that theory. People see some animal that they think is really cool, and instead of expressing their love by helping that animal, they think to themselves, I want to own it. And then they find a way, usually against the law, to bring one of these critters into their house and figure out real quick that these animals belong in the wild.
Busch Gardens recently became home to 2 rescued tiger cubs.
The 2 orange tigers were actually a rescued animal from a private owner. They were in good condition and they were about 12 weeks old when they came in. We actually took them down to the nursery. It took a lot of time. We actually had to come in the middle of the night and bottle feed them. And when they were about a year old, we actually introduced them to our white tigers.
So then what can you do? How can you help cats bounce back from their population lows, protect them in the wild, and give them hope for the future? There's actually a lot you can do, from wherever you are. A major threat to cats is the loss of their habitat through deforestation. So buy recycled paper. Stay informed and spread the word about why big cats are so cool and why they're in trouble. World Wildlife Fund announced their most recent Pennies for the Planet campaign, which is an educational and fundraising program that gets kids involved hands-on in conservation. Their 2005 focus is big cats, so check out their website and download their newsletter. Here's something else. Don't buy medicines, trinkets, or skins of wildcats, or things made from resources found in their habitats. Get to know how your buying habits impact the environment around the globe. And remember, education can make a huge difference. This facility in California, Zoo to You, is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids of all ages about wildlife and the environment. Zoo to You is also a cat refuge, helping to teach people about the plight of these magnificent creatures. We've looked at several organizations coming together in the name of cat conservation. Pick one and get behind their cause. There are so many ways to support conservation, and you know, anyone, anywhere can get involved. They say that cats have 9 lives. Well, if that's true, then most of the world's big cat species are probably on number 9 already. The extinction of wildcats would be a tremendous loss to the world. The importance of their ecological role as predators is huge, and it's essential that we make every effort to prevent that from happening. After all, it's the human race that's responsible for their decline, and it's humans who can save them. Humans like you and me. From SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Cat Story.
I'm Kenan Thompson, but I play Fat Albert in the live-action film based on Bill Cosby's hit show. On this episode of NASA Connect, you'll learn about the science concepts of work and energy. You will also see how we can use algebra to help explain both concepts. NASA engineers and scientists will introduce you to exciting and innovative space propulsion technologies of the future. And in your classroom, you'll apply your math and science skills by conducting a really cool hands-on activity. So stay tuned as host Jennifer Pulley takes you on another exciting episode of NASA Connect, Rocket to the Stars.
Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. Imagine it's the year 2040. You and a team of international scientists are part of the exploration crew that will begin construction of the first human base on Mars. You are laying the groundwork for the next generation of explorers to explore Mars and beyond. It's not an easy task, but you are up to the challenge. All your years of schooling, training, and hard work have finally paid off. Does it sound like a fantasy to you? Actually, it's not. NASA is ready to make the next step to exploring the solar system and beyond, and they need your help. NASA is looking for bright, young engineers, scientists, and researchers who will make the new vision for space exploration a reality. For you, it starts right now, in the classroom. Now, during the course of this program, you will be asked to answer several inquiry-based questions. After the questions appear on the screen, your teacher will pause the program to allow you time to answer and discuss the questions. This is your time to explore and become critical thinkers. Students working in groups, take a few minutes to answer the following questions. 1. What comes to mind when you think of work? 2. How are work and energy related? 3. What are some forms of energy? Briefly describe them and give examples of each. It is now time to pause the program and answer the questions. So guys, how did you do with the questions? Great job. Okay, let's get started. So, what is work? Well, most people would say they are working when they do anything that requires a physical or a mental effort. Now, in scientific terms, work is the use of force to move an object a certain distance. More specifically, to do work on an object, some part of the force you exert must be in the same direction as the object's motion. Let's look at the following 2 examples. On the left side, Norbert is lifting a stack of textbooks from the floor. And on the right side, he is carrying the stack of textbooks. Note the direction of the applied force and motion for each example. In which example is Norbert actually doing work? If you said the left side, you are correct. Why isn't Norbert doing work in the example on the right? Well, because no part of the applied force is in the same direction as the object's motion. When the force is in the same direction as the motion, we can determine the amount of work being done on an object by multiplying force times distance. What are the units for work? You know that force is measured in newtons, and distance can be measured in meters. The product of a force measured in newtons and the distance measured in meters is a measurement called a Newton meter, or the joule. The joule is the standard unit used to measure work. 1 joule of work is done when a force of 1 Newton moves an object 1 meter. Do you have any idea how much a joule of work is? I know. Let's take an apple, which weighs about 1 Newton. Now, if you lift the apple from the floor to your waist, which is about 1 meter, you do 1 joule of work on the apple. But what happens if I want to lift 100 apples? For me, that would take a lot of force, and I don't think I have enough energy to do that. Let's go back to our example with the apple. Now, I easily have enough energy to lift this apple from the floor to my waist, and I know I'm doing work on the apple as I lift it. So there must be a relationship between work and energy, right? When I lifted the apple from the floor, I caused a change. In this case, the change is in the position of the apple. An object that has energy has the ability to cause change, or the ability to do work. When I worked on the apple, some of my energy was transferred to the apple. You can think of work then as the transfer of energy. As I lifted the apple from the floor to my waist, the apple gained energy. You know, guys, energy has many forms, and we'll get to your list in just a few minutes. But first, let's focus on 2 forms of energy: potential energy and kinetic energy. Let's take a look at each. If I hold the apple still in my hand, does the apple have energy? Careful, not all forms of energy involve movement. Well, this apple has stored energy. We call it potential energy. Holding the apple like this gives the apple the potential to fall to the ground. Now, if I release the apple falls. The potential energy changes into kinetic energy. It is pretty obvious when an object has kinetic energy. As long as the object is moving, it's said to have kinetic energy. What's more difficult to determine is how much potential energy an object has. Let's go back to our example with the apple. The potential energy of this apple really depends on height. How high or low my hand is from the ground. We call this type of potential energy gravitational potential energy. Gravitational potential energy depends on mass, gravitational acceleration, and height. Near the Earth's surface, gravitational potential energy, or GPE, is equal to the product of mass, gravitational acceleration, and height. Remember that G is the acceleration caused by Earth's gravity, which at sea level equals 9.8 meters per second squared. Let me show you an example. Suppose a satellite has a mass of 293 kilograms, and we lift it to the top of Mount Everest. What is the gravitational potential energy of the satellite? Well, what do we know? We know mass is equal to 293 kilograms. Gravitational acceleration is equal to 9.8 meters per second squared. And we know the height of Mount Everest, which is approximately 8,850 meters. Let's write the equation for gravitational potential energy. GPE equals mgh. Substituting in our values for mass, acceleration due to gravity, and height, we get GPE equals the product of 293 kilograms, 9.8 meters per second squared, and 8,850 meters. The answer turns out to be approximately 25 million. Don't forget, I need to assign a unit to that number. Units are very important when explaining scientific concepts. Do you have any idea what the unit for energy is? Let's figure it out. The original equation for GPE is mgh. Mass times gravity is equal to weight. And weight is measured in newtons. Remember, weight is a force. Therefore, the unit for gravitational potential energy is the Newton meter. Do you remember from earlier in the program what a Newton meter is equivalent to? Well, if you said 1 joule, you're on the ball. 1 Newton meter is equivalent to 1 joule. Wait a minute. Work is also measured in joules. I think we just showed mathematically how energy and work are related to each other. Now let's go back to kinetic energy. How much kinetic energy do you think an object, say, like a rocket, depends on? The kinetic energy of an object depends on both its mass and its velocity. The mathematical relationship between kinetic energy, mass, and velocity is Ke equals 1/2 mv squared. Notice that the velocity is squared in the equation. Remember, guys, the number 2 is called an exponent. The exponent tells you how many times a number or base is used as a factor. For example, 2 squared is equal to 2 times 2, which equals 4. 3 squared is equal to 3 times 3, which equals 9, and so on. The term v squared equals v times v. So, are you ready to try a problem involving kinetic energy? Here's one for you. Norbert's Mars rover, with a mass of 210 kilograms, is traveling on the surface of Mars at a speed of 6 meters per second. Zot's rover, with a mass of 170 kilograms, is traveling on the surface of Mars at 8 meters per second. Predict which rover has more kinetic energy. Then verify your prediction mathematically. You may now pause the program. So did you make the correct prediction? Let's double check your work. Solving for the kinetic energy of Norbert's rover, we have kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times 210 kilograms times 6 meters per second quantity squared. The kinetic energy of Norbert's rover is equal to 3,780 joules. Solving for the kinetic energy of Zot's rover, we have kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times 170 kilograms times 8 meters per second quantity squared. The kinetic energy of Zot's rover is equal to 5,440 joules. So, comparing the two values, we see that the kinetic energy for Zot's rover is greater than the kinetic energy for Norbert's rover. We now know that an object may possess both kinetic energy and potential energy at the same time. Let's go back to our example with the apple. Any object that rises and falls experiences a change in its kinetic and potential energy. Let's look at this energy transformation as I toss the apple into the air. When the apple moves, it possesses kinetic energy. As it rises, it slows down. Its kinetic energy decreases. Because the height increases, its potential energy increases. At the highest point, the apple actually stops moving. At this point, it no longer has kinetic energy, but it has maximum potential energy. As the apple falls, the kinetic energy increases and the potential energy decreases. No matter how energy is transformed or transferred, all of the energy is still present somewhere in one form or another. This statement is known as the law of conservation of energy. As long as you account for all the different forms of energy involved in any process, you will find that the total amount of energy never changes. In other words, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes form. So, do you think you have a pretty good idea of what work and energy, specifically potential and kinetic energy, are all about? Well, good, because now it's time to preview this program's hands-on activities. The NASA Explorer School students from Martinsville Middle School in Martinsville, Virginia, will preview this program's hands-on activity.
Hi, NASA Connect asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, students will do an inquiry investigation on the relationship between the height from which a marble on a ramp is released and the distance a milk carton at the end of the ramp is moved along the floor after the ball collides with the carton.
You can download a copy of the Educator's Guide from NASA Connect website for directions and a list of materials.
Before you start the activity, your teacher will ask you to answer and discuss several critical thinking questions based on the experimental setup. Set up the ramp by using tape to mark one end 0.7 meters high and place an empty milk carton at the other end of the ramp so that it will catch the marble after it rolls down the ramp. You will roll a marble from 5 different measured heights. Line up a meter stick on the floor along the distance that the milk carton will travel after being hit by the marble. Starting at the first height marked on the ramp, release the marble down the ramp. On the data collection chart under Trial 1, record the linear distance that the milk carton travels after the marble hit it. You will conduct 4 more trials. Record the distance the milk carton travels. Calculate and record the average distance the milk carton traveled. Continue the experiment by increasing the height from which you drop the marble by 0.1 meter each time. Students will analyze their data by calculating the potential energy that the marble has at each height and the kinetic energy that the marble has at the end of each roll. Now is your chance to put your algebra skills to the test. Keep in mind that for this activity, you will need to ignore energy lost because of friction. Based on the data you collect, you will graphically show the relationship between the height from which the marble is dropped and the distance the carton is moved. From the graph, select another designated height and predict how far the milk carton will move if the marble is released. Go ahead and test your prediction. Were you correct?
Don't forget to check out the web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Now that you have a basic understanding of energy, let's hear about some innovative propulsion technologies that NASA is developing for future space exploration. And don't forget, you are the future explorers.
Thanks, Jennifer. Space is big. Distances to Mars and beyond are so large that when using today's spacecraft technology, we can only send relatively small spacecraft. In other words, distance affects the mass that we can send. NASA is working on a new way of powering space vehicles that will enable us to send more complex spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter, and beyond, and may even shorten the travel time. The new program is called Prometheus. It will provide a giant leap in our ability to explore our solar system. The program focuses on using nuclear power in long-distance spacecraft. The nuclear power system will create electricity that will be used for 2 things. One job will be to propel the spacecraft. The other will be to provide power for the instruments on board. This capability will let NASA send spacecraft to places that we currently want to reach. It would also allow us to do more scientific work when the spacecraft reaches its destination and could even help speed up travel through the solar system. Many space missions have used nuclear power. The farthest known man-made object is the nuclear-powered spacecraft called Voyager 1. This probe has been used for over 26 years. It is now over 8 billion miles away. That's more than twice the distance from the Sun to Pluto. Remember, earlier in the program, Jennifer asked you to list some forms of energy? On my list, I have mechanical energy, thermal energy, chemical energy, electromagnetic energy, and nuclear energy. Project Prometheus will be using nuclear energy to help power the spacecraft. Nuclear energy is the energy stored in the nucleus of an atom. In a nuclear reaction, a tiny portion of an atom's mass is turned into energy. Scientists are studying 2 different ways of using the energy stored within the nucleus of an atom. The first approach is to take an atom that is naturally very unstable, which means that the atom wants to change into a different, more stable atom. During this change, the atom releases tiny particles causing the material to heat up. This process is known as radioactive decay. The released particles are called radiation. The heat that is released can be harnessed and converted to electrical energy. This energy can then be used to power the spacecraft systems. It is called radioisotope decay. The second approach is to break apart the nucleus of the atom to release even more energy than radioactive decay. This process is called nuclear fission. It is used in nuclear power plants all around the world to produce electricity. Nuclear fission systems can generate large amounts of power. Think of this comparison. A radioisotope power system could create enough power to light a few light bulbs. A nuclear fission power system could create enough energy to power a laundromat. This increased amount of energy means that a nuclear fission energy system could do more than just power a spacecraft's scientific instruments. It could also be used to run the engines that propel the rocket. NASA hopes to use this technology soon. In fact, it's already working on the first probe to use this technology. This probe is the Prometheus 1 mission. This mission will use a nuclear fission system. This system would provide energy for both spacecraft electrical power and propulsion. Prometheus 1 would orbit 3 of the larger moons of Jupiter: Callisto, Ganymede, and Europa. Europa is one of our solar system's most fascinating celestial bodies. Europa's surface is completely covered in ice, but scientists believe that the solar system's largest oceans could be hidden under that ice. If oceans are indeed present, there is a possibility that life could be found there. The Prometheus 1 mission will be finding answers to the mysteries of these moons. One day, the same power and propulsion systems used on Prometheus 1 could be used to send probes to other far-off places. These systems will even be used to support human missions to explore the solar system and beyond. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Anita. Sounds pretty cool. You know, NASA is working on another propulsion technology. It's called Vasimir. Dr. Franklin Chang Diaz can tell us more about that technology.
Thank you. My name is Franklin Chang Diaz, and I'm an astronaut and director of the Advanced Space Propulsion Laboratory. I would like to share with you another possible advanced space propulsion technology that we've been working on for many years. It is called the Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, or Vasimir for short. This new engine would allow for much faster space travel than what we can do today. Vasimir is a plasma-based propulsion system. Do you remember the 4 states of matter? They are solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. You can go from one state to the other by adding or subtracting heat from the material. Take water, for example. Its solid state is ice. Add heat and you get liquid. Add more heat and you get gas or vapor. If you add even more heat to the gas, the atoms in it get torn or broken. Remember, each atom is sort of like an egg. It has a central nucleus, the yolk, with positive particles in it called protons, and a blanket, the white, of negative charged particles called electrons in it. When the atom gets torn, these charges are free to roam around every which way. Scrambled eggs. Such a mixture of charged particles is called plasma. Plasmas are very hot, with temperatures of hundreds of thousands to millions of degrees. The sun and the stars are made of plasma. Plasmas are very good conductors of electricity, and they respond very well to electric and magnetic fields. We use these properties to heat them and also to confine them and use their extreme heat to produce awesome rocket propulsion. Electric fields heat the plasma and speed it up. Magnetic fields direct the plasma in the right direction as it is pushed out of the engine. This creates thrust for the spacecraft. Possible fuels for the Vasimir engine could include hydrogen, deuterium, helium, nitrogen, and others. The use of hydrogen as a fuel for the project would also have other benefits. Hydrogen can be found all throughout space. This means we are likely to find plentiful supplies of fuel everywhere we go, and we could refuel the spacecraft for the return trip to Earth. Also, strong magnetic fields and liquid hydrogen make for great radiation shields. This means the hydrogen fuel for the Vasimir engine, as well as the magnet technology we are developing for it, could both also be used to protect the astronaut crew from dangerous radiation exposure during the flight. This is how technology developed for one thing can also be used for another equally important purpose. To heat and accelerate the plasma in deep space flights, Vasimir will use electricity from nuclear power. Vasimir is still years away from transporting humans and cargo to Mars and beyond. Remember the scenario that Jennifer gave you at the beginning of the program. Our team can only take this advanced technology so far, and then it will be up to you. Your generation will make this space propulsion system a reality. Some of you may one day fly on it and become the astronauts that will build the first base on Mars. I've been in space 7 times, but you will be the astronauts who will get a chance to explore the moon, Mars, and beyond. You are the next generation of explorers. So, good luck. Back to you, Jennifer.
My thanks to Dr. Chang Diaz. You know, I can't wait for the day when we receive the first transmission from people on Mars. And maybe you'll be one of them. Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Well, email them to connect@larc.nasa.gov. And don't forget to check out this program's Student Challenge. You can find it on the NASA Connect website. So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. And maybe we'll see you on Mars.
following is a presentation of the students and faculty of the College of Liberal Arts at Middle Tennessee State University.
Hi everybody, this is Andrew Ottman bringing you a special edition of Out of the Blue, Joys of the Season, our annual holiday production with the College of Liberal Arts. Joining me, my co-host, Dean Leah Lyons.
Hi Andrew, it's wonderful to be here.
It's great to have you here, and let's talk about what this means to the college.
Joys of the Season is an exciting opportunity for our students to showcase their talents. Students from our School of Music, from our Department of Theater and Dance will offer us exciting presentations to help us celebrate the season.
And let's get started. Our first performance is the MTSU Chamber Orchestra, conducted by Dr. Andrea Dawson, a professor from our School of Music who teaches violin and viola. They will be playing a mashup of two popular tunes for solo violin and string orchestra by Matt Riley. In English, we know the first song as Carol of the Bells, which comes from a Ukrainian New Year's folk song and was arranged as a choral piece by Mykola Leontovich in the early 1900s. God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen is a traditional English Christmas carol dating from the 1600s.
In addition to the instrumental ensembles in our School of Music, we have opportunities for students to share their vocal talents through MTSU choirs. Schola Cantorum is led by our Director of Choral Activities, Dr. Raphael Bundage.
They are joining us from Hinton Hall to perform One Sweet Little Baby, an arrangement by Sean Kirshner. The composer felt he had discovered a new Christmas classic and journeyed far and wide, traversing key areas alongside members of the Holy Family as depicted in this work.
In 2011, the college established MTSU Arts to provide a singular brand to showcase the creative activity of our talented students and faculty. Literally hundreds of performances, exhibitions, and concerts are held annually through our art, dance, music, and theater programs. Our students' artistic expressions demonstrate the transformative power of education and the arts. Just as our students enrich their lives by showcasing their skills, we invite you to enrich yours by becoming an MTSU Arts patron. The MTSU Arts Patron Society was created to enhance opportunities for our students in the fine and performing arts. When you become a member of the MTSU Arts Patron Society, you ensure the vibrancy of the fine and performing arts at MTSU and support the university's role as a cultural catalyst in Middle Tennessee and the world. To join the Patron Society, visit mtsu.edu/mtsuarts. Assistant Professor of Dance Jade Treadwell choreographed our next piece, Whimsical Candy Cane Swirls. This classical ballet variation features students from the MTSU dance program. They will be performing to Tchaikovsky's Opus 71A, most recognized as the Russian dance from the Nutcracker Ballet. This second act Nutcracker scene joyously invites the audience to the magical land of sweets with a ribbon candy flair. Up next, Associate Professor of Theater Christy Schamberger and some musical theater students are busily decorating for the holidays with a performance of We Need a Little Christmas. This song is part of the soundtrack of the award-winning Broadway musical Mame and was first performed by the recently deceased star of stage and screen, Dame Angela Lansbury. After Lansbury's character, Aunt Mame, loses her fortune in the Wall Street crash of 1929, she sings this song to her nephew Patrick to bring some holiday cheer right this very minute.
All out the holly, put up the tree before my spirit falls again. Fill up the stockings, we may be rushing things, but deck the halls again now. For we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. Candles in the window, carols at the spinning. Yes, we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. It hasn't snowed a single flurry, but Santa dear, we're in a hurry, so climb down the chimney, put up the brightest string of lights I've ever seen. Slice of the fruitcake, it's time we hung some tinsel on that evergreen bough. For I've grown a little leaner, a little colder, a little sadder, a little older, and I need a little angel sitting on my shoulder. Need a little Christmas now. Call out the holly, habits I taught you well to live each living day. Fill up the stockings, but guys, it's 1 week. What? Past Thanksgiving Day now. For we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. Candles in the window, carols at the spinning. Yes, we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. It hasn't snowed a single flurry, but Santa dear, we're in a hurry, so climb down the chimney. It's been a long time since I hung some tinsel on that papery bough. For we need a little music, need a little laughter, need a little singing, ringing through the rafters, and we need a little snapping, happy ever after, need a little Christmas now. That's fun. Need a little singing, ringing through the rafters, and we need a little snapping, happy ever after, need a little Christmas now. Merry Christmas!
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships, up to $20,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to this special edition of Out of the Blue, Joys of the Season, featuring our College of Liberal Arts. I'm Andrew Ottman.
And I'm Leah Lyons.
The Soul, or Soprano Alto Chorale, is performing an arrangement of Mel Torme's classic, The Christmas Song. It was written in 1945 in the blistering July heat in an effort to keep cool by thinking cool. Nat King Cole first recorded it in 1946, and it remains the most performed Christmas song of all time. Angela Tips from our School of Music provides the musical direction for this piece, and Noah Huseman, a senior music industry major who performs with the MTSU Jazz Ensembles, is our pianist.
close out this special edition of Out of the Blue, we're going to head back to Hinton Hall to hear the Steel Pan Ensemble perform an annual tradition of this show, Sleigh Ride. This unique arrangement of Leroy Anderson's holiday classic was put together by percussion faculty member Dr. Brian Mueller, just for Joys of the Season.
Steel Pan Ensemble, Professor Brian Mueller, thank you so very much for this wonderful performance. This arrangement, unique for the show, right? What did it involve?
Yes. You know, I think the biggest challenge with arranging this piece for this format, you know, we're so familiar with the orchestral arrangement that's got so many different timbres to work with. There's trumpet, there's strings, there's brass, there's percussion, all sorts of colors. Well, we have different colors too, but it's just a more limited palette. So I had to figure out how to make all the voices come out and make it still sound like the original, but yet it's all metal. All we're hearing is metal.
You succeeded. What a great performance. Steel Pan Ensemble. Thank you so much, Professor. We so appreciate this.
You're welcome.
And this does wrap up Joys of the Season. On behalf of the College of Liberal Arts, MTSU Out of the Blue, and also the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and have a wonderful season.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. I'm excited about today's show. We are at Tethered headquarters here in Columbia, Tennessee. Yes, Tethered is a Tennessee company. We're awesome. It's just awesome to be here with these guys today, and we're going to be talking hunting from a saddle. We're going to talk about late season deer hunting, all kinds of fun stuff. But first off, I just want to introduce my co-host, Mr. Barry Cross.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. And yeah, this is exciting for me. I've never done an interview sitting in a tree.
Well, if you're not watching this show, now is the time to turn over to YouTube, unless you're driving. Wait till you get home and watch this show. We are hanging from a pole in their warehouse, which is really cool. And we've got Adrian Wilson with us and the founder, Ernie Power, with us.
Thank you.
To talk about Tethered. I mean, this is awesome. Thank y'all for having us.
Sure. Well, first thing I wanted to just update is I'm a co-founder. There is another owner. He doesn't live here in Tennessee right now, but Greg Godfrey is the other founder of the company.
Awesome.
So just make sure and clerical stuff there.
Sure, yeah. It's always great to have partners to make things happen. I know Tethered has come a long way in a short amount of time. Y'all are leading the nation in saddle hunting, and I think this is cool, and thanks for having us.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad you could come in here. I got to admit, I've done a lot of podcasts, but this is the first one I've ever done in a saddle, so this is kind of a cool idea.
Well, they shoot a lot of deer hunts from a saddle, so why not shoot a show from a saddle? That's what I thought.
Sure.
And, we've had Adrian on the show in the past, and we've talked.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's gonna be a tough one today, boys.
It could be. You got the boss in the house. But no, we've talked hunting, and we've touched on saddle hunting, and I was just excited to be able to try one out today and see what it's all about. But first, I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about. And I know we've chatted before the show here and kind of covered some of that, but I'd like to retrace our steps and share with the folks kind of how this company came about, how it was born.
Sure. I mean, the Cliff Note version is there was a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. There were some companies that had created saddles in the past and for whatever reason along the way had folded shop. And so there was one company at the time, Arrow Hunter, who was making a saddle, and we just wanted something different. So a handful of us got together, and selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. You know, we said, you know, hey, if we sell, I don't remember what it was, 100 saddles, it's enough to cover our costs and we can break even. And then if we sell, I don't know, 300, something like that, we'll have enough money, we can go on an elk hunt. And that was our pie in the sky goal. Like, if we really, really knock it out of the park, we can go on a guided elk hunt this fall. And that was what we wanted to do. And, you know, fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. And in no time at all, we were 12, 13 weeks back ordered. And
wow.
I mean, in our first season, it took a lot to get caught up. We had to hire people. We had to learn logistics. We had, you know, because none of us were business owners really at the time. I was an engineer. Greg was in the Army. You know, the rest of the guys that were involved were kind of on a volunteer basis, and we just didn't expect it. But, you know, it's one of those things that it's got an appeal. People really liked it, and next thing you know, we're here. And just recently we moved from Minnesota to Tennessee as part of our growth, and, yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah. How do you like Tennessee?
I love it. No questions. I'm not turning back. Like, there's no regrets. It's just,
yeah.
I love it here.
It's a place to be.
Well, there's just, you know, a multitude of reasons, and, you know, I could go on all day about it, but it's just, I like it better here.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and you talk about those first days and how it kind of it just kind of took off. What are you, 4 or 5 years old now, or?
We'll be 5 years old. Right around, would it be Memorial Day in the spring. So we're pushing on 5 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And already moving up, and you know, when you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
Sure.
And I'm glad to finally be sitting in one. These things are comfortable.
it's so fun to see because it's every new face that I see in a saddle, whether it's ours or somebody else's, is growing the sport. But it's so fun to see that aha moment when people are like, hey, wait a minute, this is more comfortable than I expected. This isn't supposed to be this comfortable. And then you see them kind of move around a little bit, and the wheels start turning, and all of a sudden you've created a new saddle hunter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. And we'll get more into the saddle and kind of how it's built and techniques and what you're seeing here. If you're watching today, you're going to you're learning a lot here today. But I guess let's jump into some of the benefits for a saddle. What's some of the benefits when it comes to hunting in a saddle? Because I mean, you guys hunt. This is not just a company y'all threw together and created this. You've had experience in these saddles. Y'all hunt in these saddles and make sure they're what the hunter needs. But what's some of the benefits of these things for a bow hunter, for a gun hunter? Does it vary?
For me, I mean, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep, and I hated carrying metal and bulk and all these things, and it was a no-brainer. Once I was skeptical, like a lot of people are. I mean, I've been doing it about 10 years now, and I got into it with a fellow buddy because we actually made our own.
Okay.
That's kind of the how Tethered started, because you couldn't buy them. So being lightweight and mobile for me, I mean, was huge. And loving the fact that I could either wear it in or put it in my backpack. Like now, I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. Yeah. Everything is in the pack. I am very mobile in that way. Going with an old climber or a lock-on, it's bulky and
the weight by the time you get there.
Yeah, and that was the big draw to me. And then I realized the more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
I'm constantly in a harness. You hear about hunter safety all the time, and hunters that are not wearing harnesses, and they get injured badly and whatnot. I am, from the ground up, I'm hooked in, and I feel so much. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I'm going to tell you, sometimes you get bored, you start swaying. It's a little fun.
Yeah. If the deer aren't moving, you're just up there dancing a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, and if you fall one side or the other, you're still attached here.
Right. It's not like you're in that pleated harness where you're going to drop, and be facing away from the tree. If I fall off here, I just climb back up. There's no drop.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is there a learning curve to this? I mean,
coming
from a tree stand, coming from a tree stand, do people get in it and go, ooh, I don't know? I mean,
I mean, anytime there's change, there's a learning curve. Some people adapt to it faster than others. But over the years, I'm still learning stuff that makes things easier for me. Tethered's been awesome about being so creative and coming up with new ideas, because every time I'm sitting there thinking, what else can we come up with? Boom, these guys are knocking it out. And so I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and having the same sequence going up and down, and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
All right.
Yep. And we go one step. I mean, every time we talk to anybody who's new to this, the first thing we say, take yourself a platform, put it 8 inches above the ground.
Kind of like we are today.
Set up. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Set up, put some targets out in your yard, get used to swinging around the tree, get used to doing what you need to, and learn how to tie your knots, how to clip in, how to do everything, how to move. Do it in the daylight in your backyard. Take some shots at weird angles. Get used to all that stuff. Because the last place you want to be learning how to do this is in the dark 20 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
Get to where you're comfortable with it 8 inches off the ground, and then doing it at 20 feet should be second nature.
Yeah, it's just like any tree stand. I mean, as a hunter growing up, I didn't start with a climber at 20 feet, in the dark. You practice in the yard before you go out there. It's just kind of the same thing, and it's just amazing. Now, Ernie, we were talking before the show, you used to do tree trimming, is that right? Is some of that technology
absolutely
in this system that you've created?
It is. Yeah, I mean, I've done a jack of all trades kind of along the ways, but one of the things I did do is I was a utility line tree trimmer. And I actually hunted out of my work equipment multiple times before this stuff was around.
That's awesome.
But ultimately, in the tree trimming industry, there's a lot of metal buckles, a lot of metal rings, because you're not trying to be quiet, right? But that is a heavy duty application, right? And that's a little bit overkill for what we need as a hunter. And I wanted to, create something that was a little bit more hunter friendly, quieter, easier to move, more comfortable for one.
Sure.
Most arborist saddles don't have a seat. They'll have straps here and there and whatever else, and they're, even in them for a couple of hours working around in a tree, you're feeling it.
Yeah.
And so Greg had the saddle basically from the beginning, and this is kind of where his line was while I was working on the platform, and it was just. We just wanted to make it, quiet, fast, easy, whatever. Still safe. We're using high-quality materials. We're using stuff that's not going to break.
Definitely.
But we're trying to eliminate a lot of the metal-on-metal contact and some of the things that are in there, and then, make it more comfortable for the user as well.
And your innovations just keep coming. I mean, it's not like you're sitting back and going, "Oh, we got this done and we're done." You're still pushing.
Oh yeah, I mean every day it's something, right? And I think a lot of that comes from we use this stuff. So even if we create something new and we're working it, maybe as a year goes on, we're like, man, it would be cool if we could do this, or if we had that, or if this was a little bit different. And so we're constantly adding to it. And, that's the saddle hunting game, too. I mean, a lot of these guys are industry forefront type people. They want the newest and coolest stuff, and so we try to get that for them. But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. If you start thinking about in the saddle hunting world, people don't ever call things dump pouches. They call them sis haulers, even if they're not from us.
Okay.
It's kind of the Velcro type of a deal. They're like, hey, I want to get something that's a hitch strap, but I want to know, different ways to do it. Well, I mean, a hitch strap is a tethered product, but they're looking for a gear hanger, but they call it a hitch strap. They're looking for a dump pouch. They call it a sis hauler. We've really been able to make these names of our product lines synonymous with generic items that are used in the woods.
Definitely.
And we've brought so many cool products to market that didn't exist. It's just fun to be part of that. We were going through the other day and just cleaning office and getting things ready and whatnot. And I found 15 different accepted patents in our box of things that we've brought to market that nobody has. So it's just cool to see that. You're seeing the growth of the sport, you're seeing the innovation, and you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
Yeah. I think it's awesome that it makes you stealthier. It makes you it makes it easier to hunt these public lands, and even if you're a private land hunter and you can't go get your tree stands hung or get out there before you can move easier.
Yeah, and
I think it's awesome.
That's one of the things a lot of private land guys will say. I've already got my stuff up, which is great.
I'm one of those guys.
I would do the same thing, but
I do that.
What about that one stand that you're sitting that day and there's a line of deer coming out about 50 yards too far?
Mm-hmm.
If I rarely hunt private land, but if I do, and I'm in a preset whatever, I always have my saddle with me because it's my safety harness. It doubles as if I'm sitting in a ladder stand I put up for me and the kids to hunt out of. This is my safety harness, right?
Okay, yeah.
So if I am let's say I'm sitting in that stand by myself and I need to move, I can easily just go to any tree basically and get into where I'm in a good shot placement to get on those deer that were in that that one path.
Yeah.
But how many times do you hear about it? A guy puts a stand up, just like you're saying, and they see a whole bunch of deer. They get back to camp. They're like, man, I saw all these deer. They were 50 yards away. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to go there tomorrow and hope they come closer.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if you're walking in the woods and all of a sudden you see the freshest sign you've ever seen, and it's now or never.
You walk past the sign to go. Yeah. I mean, you can't. I mean, imagine this, right? Imagine you're fly fishing, and you're standing there in the creek, and all the fish are 50 yards away jumping. You're not going to stand there and hope they swim upstream. You're going to move down to them.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the same type of a situation.
Well, but I'm going to jump around a little bit just right here. Comfort, we kind of touched on it, but if you're watching today's show, you can see we've got a few things that maybe are added on to the basic saddle itself. But talk a little bit about comfort and some of the the things that we have here to make it easier for the hunter?
Sure. Well, you're in a Phantom Elite, right? And so the Phantom Elite comes with some accessories that go in it, and one of them is the MVP backband.
Okay. So the backband comes with this one.
The backband's a part of it, but we've engineered a bunch of other things into the saddle itself. The adjustable bridge, the actual shape, the cut of how the saddle's put together, and then our comfort channels, which allow you to adjust the pitch of the saddle. And it allows you to kind of move the pressure if you want it more on your lower strap or more on your upper strap. You can adjust it with those comfort channels. And just the whole kind of system works together. It only takes little tiny adjustments to make a big difference. What I tell people all the time is just move your attachment to your tether up 2 inches and sit back down in it, and you're going to feel that difference. And the more you use it, the more you get used to what adjustment is what you like. And even over the course of a hunt, you'll know, okay, I want to move this, I want to do that. But yeah, there's a lot of different little things that kind of work in tandem to create that. And I mean, this is your first time in it, and it's been pretty good.
Man, I'm excited. This is awesome. And then you got the little knee band down here. If you squat down, the knees hit the band and kind of give you more comfort. You can take some of the weight off your feet for a while.
Sure.
And I mean, I think it's awesome. And what things that I think about, I'm in a deer stand and I'm sitting on my back's to the tree. In this case, you're using the tree maybe as a shield or kind of a barrier between you and where you think the deer are coming from.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool. But then when it comes to shooting, I mean, good for a bow or a gun. Talk about how you can kind of get around these straps to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to show right now. We're looking like a jungle gym here with a tree.
But basics,
But in a tree this size, I can easily pivot my feet or pivot my hips and get around to where I can take a shot in any direction.
Yeah.
Now, some shots are easier than others, right? I'm a lefty, so for me, all this is easy. If it's anywhere in this area, I don't even have to really move. I can make small movements and get into it, but I can get over here. And that's where, when you have the situation where your back's against a tree in a tree stand, if a deer comes behind you in a tree stand, you got nothing,
right?
Unless it gets far enough off to one side, and only on one side, right? Because if it comes in on your weak side with a rifle, you can't get turned around and whatever else. So you've got that side and you got the front. This really gives you the ability to turn around, and it's really no different with a rifle or a bow. I would argue that it takes a lot less movement with a rifle to get into position, because I can lean up against a tree. I can do this.
Yeah.
I can get into a rifle shot way easier than I can with a bow.
And a lot of guys will use the tether as a rest for the rifle too, so you're not freehanding it. But like he showed you, you brace it against the tree or use your tether and whatnot. So it's definitely bow and rifle friendly.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. You got a lot of advantages here. Like, if you're sighting in a gun or shooting, walking through the woods, you're going to use that pole or a tree as a rest. You're not going to shoot freehand most of the time. So this gives you a lot of options. And it's not just off the front of a tree stand or off, to your strong side. You got both sides working for you here.
And you can, if you've got time and you can get nestled in, you can get all tied into your ropes and get really locked in, and make a longer shot if you need to.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Now, this is one thing that people may not pay attention to right now, but if you've done any kind of hunting, you got to get up the tree. So I mean, you got other products, not just this that you're selling, and talk about a little bit about what thought has gone into those and how they are improving. I know you didn't invent saddle hunting, but it's like you're taking it to the next level.
Well, and our mission is always to make you as a hunter, faster, more efficient, and a better hunter, lighter, faster, etc. Right? And our mission also as Tethered was to be the one-stop shop for everything that you need. Now it's taken some time to get there. Over the years we've had to add product lines and etc. along the way. But yeah, so climbing sticks were part of that mission from the beginning, to be able to get up the tree. And that's where we came up with our two climbing stick lines. We've got our one sticks, which are famous for just being the lightest stick on the market. You just can't touch them. They're 20% lighter than anything else on the market. Yep.
Oh, just incredible.
Yep. And they're sitting right at a pound. They may be a few grams over, but I mean they're lighter than anything else you're going to see there. And that's our premium line and etc. But we also have our Skeletors, which are turning out to be one of the best-selling sticks out there. simply because they're so full-featured. They're at a good price. They just work. They've been a great stick, and that's been a real nice thing for us. And it's just we'd like to offer, a premium line, and I don't want to call it a budget line, but one that's a little more reasonably priced, so that you have options as a consumer.
And you're constantly looking at weight, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, weight's always a big one, right? I mean, Greg came from the ultralight hiking world. For me, weight isn't as big a deal as bulk. I don't like stuff that just takes up a lot of space. So for me, like our platforms, if I didn't care about it, I would use the XL platform. But I don't like how big it is on my backpack, so I always take the little one.
Well, I'm on the little one today, and it's awesome. I mean, it's
Yeah, and it's not because of the weight, because I don't care about the weight. For me, it's the bulk. But for a lot of people, I mean, Graham Weenies exist out there.
Don't raise your hand, Barry. Well, what's the lifespan on these things? A lot of people say harnesses, if you fall from them or use them for multiple years, that they need to be thrown out or get a new one. But what's the lifespan on a saddle, or is there a lifespan expectancy?
Yeah, so there is, and there's a couple of ways to answer that. One, anytime any of your equipment is subject to a fall, replace it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's done its job, it's done what it needs to, and you don't know how it's weakened whatever component, and you don't want to take a chance in case you fall on that one again. So first out of the gate, if they have any kind of a slip or anything, that should be replaced. That's just a regular rule. And as far as how long you're supposed to use these things, all of our stuff have basically a 5-year lifespan to it, and that's kind of industry standard. That's the same as if you're looking at tree stand harnesses, you're looking at any of that equipment. If stored and cared for properly, they say you should replace it after 5 years. Obviously, if you leave it out in the rain or the mice chew on it or whatever else, you're supposed to inspect your equipment before you use it, and if you see something funky, replace it. I mean, ultimately, we're trying to make sure people are safe here, and 5 years is kind of the guideline, but if you have issues, obviously replace it and err on the side of caution.
Sure. Yeah. I always want everybody to be safe out there for sure. Well, I kind of want to get into late season hunting. How much hunting have you done in Tennessee since you've been here? A little bit? A lot? You've been working hard, I know.
2 days.
2 days.
I've hunted 2 days in Tennessee since we moved down here. We moved down in June. I was hoping to get out this weekend. Life got in the way.
Yeah.
Didn't get there. You guys run a really long rifle season compared to what I'm used to in Minnesota. So
Tennessee's the place to be.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there and getting some time where I can, just get out for an afternoon or something. And my favorite part is it's not cold here. Coming down from Minnesota, by this time, basically,
you're ice fishing.
Well, yeah. When Thanksgiving comes along, I hide in my house and don't come out till Easter because I just hate the cold. And so once Thanksgiving comes along and I finish up my Wisconsin rifle season, I'm kind of done for the year. But here in Tennessee, I mean, it's 70 degrees today. So there's a lot we can do.
A little wet this week, and it's been it's warmer. It's strange temperatures right now, but the deer season, the gun season runs through January 8th. If you're hunting in Unit L, you've got the private lands only opportunity for antlerless deer. That's 9th through the 13th, January 9th through the 13th. Unit CWD has some extended seasons there, so check your guide. That's gives you a few more opportunities out there in Unit CWD. But Adrian, do you want to touch on? You lived in Tennessee for a while, so you're a Tennessee boy. Yeah,
I'm a lifer.
So late season, what do folks need to be looking for right now?
The rut's kind of trickled down. You might still have some does coming in late. I've had some success. I'm going to food sources at this point because, food sources are pretty scarce in late season, right? So I'm not usually one to hunt fields very much, but when that some of these, especially on the WMAs, they'll go in and sow some new stuff in there, and you get some fresh green grass in there. I've gravitated to that. I'm looking for that fresh growth because it is 70 degrees today. Yeah. It might be like that in January too. So there's a lot of new growth coming up. The deer get back on patterns in. You know, the bucks start grouping back up. The does are not spread out; they're kind of grouped up. So I'm still scouting. You know, I think I've mentioned to you before, I'm still getting boots on the ground.
Yeah.
I'm looking for that fresh sign, and I'll glass fields in the evenings and kind of prepare, see what it's looking like, and I'll walk the fields and edges and look for that sign, and I'll go up into the woods that, you know, still I'm looking for their bedding and trying to figure out again, because these deer are going bed to feed, right, and back. So those are the things I'm looking for, you know, hopefully that pays off, because I still got a couple tags I need to fill. So, yeah, that's kind of it for me. I like. Our rifle season is longer than a lot of states. I like that I'm super mobile. Like, one thing I do is with my rifle, because I want to be super mobile, I'll take this and I might not climb the tree. I might go to the base of the tree, and instead of taking a chair in, like a lot of guys take some kind of seat, I can go to the base of the tree with I don't have to have a platform or anything. The ground's my platform, and I can sit on that tree. And if I want to move in 30 minutes because I want to go somewhere else or whatever, you know, that's awesome. And you know, we're talking. This is nothing again, and I'm using a saddle, but you don't have to climb with it. And I'm hiding behind the tree like I'm doing, and I like to be mobile during rifle season. And I haven't, like I was telling Barry a while ago, I've been going out now. I have a little private land that I've gone to, and I'll take my saddle and I'll take a bow and a rifle because I like my bow so much.
Yeah.
But it's getting to that season. I ain't shot nothing yet, so that rifle might come in handy.
I'm still after them as well. It's still a good time to be out in the woods. You got plenty of time left to fill some tags, and so get out there real quick before we run out of time. Social media, you guys are out there. Tethered Nation.
Tethered Nation.
Okay. Yeah. So go check them out.
Instagram, Facebook,
YouTube. Got some YouTube stuff out there.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of YouTube stuff. Well, Barry, these saddles are now used, so they may have to go home with us. I don't know. I don't think they put them back in the box, Ken. No, guys, I appreciate y'all having us. This has been fun. Great products. I look forward to maybe getting one of these one day and getting out there and try some saddle hunting. I know Barry's done some a little bit, but it's.
I can test. This is nice. Nice product. I hope to give you some business soon.
Well, I was going to say Christmas is going to be here before you know it, and y'all probably get them to them for about a week, couldn't you? I mean, a week or less. Probably shipping is good, and you can have one and hunt the rest of the season.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Merry Christmas. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Guys, thanks again for having us.
Thanks for coming. It's a pleasure.
This is Tennessee Wildcast. Check us out. Follow us on our Facebook, our social media, all across the board: Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. And remember, tnwildlife.org for all things wildlife, Tennessee wildlife. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Citizens Forum. It is December 6, 2022. It is 6:45 p.m. We do have one person that has signed up. You have 3 minutes to speak. When you approach the podium, please state your name and address. Mr. John Skinner.
My name is John Skinner. I live at 790 Stones River Road. Mayor, Alderman, soon-to-be official Alderwomen. First, let me start by saying it's so nice to have such nice representation on the board. We've got nice, young, beautiful people. And did I mention how nice it was to have? All seriousness aside, we have a lot of things going on in the city. I have expressed a desire to be part of that process. I would like to ask you for your consideration for my application for the Planning Commission. There's a lot of things that are going on, I know, and I want to be part of that process. The only way that I can be effective is if I'm on the inside, and I would like to be on the inside. I want to thank you for your consideration in advance. Please. But I'm always available, you know, anybody asks me what my ideas are for the city, you know I have no problems in saying what I would like to see. But again, I'll keep this short and sweet tonight. I'm sure y'all appreciate that. But please, wholehearted consideration if you would, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, that closes out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is December 6th, 2022. It is 7 p.m. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. The prayer will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman-elect Haas. If everyone would please stand for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you as always with humble hearts, bowed heads, Lord, thanking you for another incredible day in your world, because we know that without you nothing is possible. Lord, that we ask that you look over our fair city and our citizens, and you give this board, Lord, the good knowledge to help move our city forward so that things will be really great. And these things we pray, Lord, through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
Okay. I've got my family coming up here with me.
Ready? I, Jason Cole,
I, Jason Cole,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution and the laws
to support the Constitution and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the State of Tennessee
of the State of Tennessee
and the Charter and the ordinances
and the Charter and the ordinances
of the City of LaVergne,
of the City of LaVergne,
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of my office as Mayor of the City of LaVergne
to
the best of my knowledge and ability. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
meet you. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I, Carol Haas,
I, Carol Haas,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution and the laws
to support the Constitution and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the State of Tennessee
of the State of Tennessee
and the Charter and the ordinances
and the Charter and the ordinances
of the City of LaVergne,
of the City of LaVergne,
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of my office
discharge the duties of my office
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations, Ms. Haas.
Thank you.
Ms. Hobbs. Okay. I, Kara Hobbs,
I, Carol Hobbs,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution and the laws
to support the Constitution and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the State of Tennessee
of the State of Tennessee
and the Charter and the ordinances
and the Charter and the ordinances
of the City of LaVergne,
of the City of LaVergne,
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of my office
discharge the duties of my office
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the November 1st, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
I second.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No, second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And moving on to certificates. If I could have Ms. Megan Honeycutt join me. And a few of our state representatives and commissioners as well.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hope Oliver just texted me. She is stuck in traffic trying to get here from Nashville, or she would be here.
Not a problem, sir. This is a certificate of appreciation granted to Megan Honeycutt for your dedication, time, and commitment to improving the City of LaVergne and the quality of life of all of our residents. Your absence will not go unnoticed, and we wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to move on to departmental reports. Police Department, Chief Davis.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, newly elected aldermen. We have a good issue with the police department with the report this time. As you can see in your packet, we upgraded to a new CAD system on the 8th of November, And as far as the data conversion and analytics, that's the last thing that gets converted over. However, I do have the numbers for November 1st through November 8th. If you can see, even in those 8 days, we had deaths from 3 motor vehicles, 5 motor vehicle deaths, but we also recovered 4 in that time period. In this particular month, 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. is the main time that that the vehicles are being broken into, and it doesn't show how many were locked. I guess that's a part of the data that we don't have. But the LPR activity is for a full month. When next month come, I'll have the addendum to the rest of the November stats as well as December stats to report to you all at that time. Any questions?
Chief, can you talk to us about Blue Sentinel and how it's
Blue
continuing to work?
Sentinel is our license plate reader program. We established cameras, Murfreesboro Road on both ends leading in and out of the city, but we have installed more cameras now. Next set of cameras up at I-24, all directions there. We'll also be having cameras on Industrial at Sanders, as well as the roundabout, and somewhere around the 3-way stop. So that's our next phase of the cameras. That's already been budgeted and approved by the board. We're just waiting. I guess they're on the ship somewhere in the ocean, just waiting to get all of our equipment in for that. But it's very positive. We very successful program, not only for recovering stolen vehicles, but also it's really helping our criminal investigations as well too, tracking cars when they come in and out of the city and things like that.
And when you say 3-way stop, which 3-way stop are you talking about?
The 3-way stop at Old Nashville and Cheney. Is that what you, yeah. It's been a while since I counted. Yes.
Not a problem. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderwomen. Welcome to the team. Glad to have y'all. I trust that each one of y'all have had an opportunity to review our reports for the month. Just in the last couple of days, we surpassed last year's number as a total. So we'll surpass our number of runs this year, probably about 250 to 300 runs for the year. So no rhyme or reason. It's just an increase. I think that's across the board for the fire service in general. That the runs are increasing by and large. So medical calls still respond about 80% of what we do. So do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, new members, welcome. You guys got the parks numbers for this past month. You can see help desk tickets 69, 536 man hours devoted to those. Under projects, probably what was failed or left out was install of the snow rink on the tennis court, so we have converted our tennis court into a snow rink. Past events, November 11th was our Veterans Day celebration. That took place here at City Hall due to the weather. November the 30th, we had the family night at the snow rink. That was actually the kickoff night. It officially opened on December 1st to the public. December 3rd was our Parade of Lights and Winter Festival this past weekend. Amazing turnout. I think we may have just about outgrown that too. I don't want to say we were not prepared for the people that were there, but we're going to have to adjust our layout next year to get a little more room up front. Just the sheer amount of people that came through that park that night was unbelievable. So that was more reminiscent of an old timers day, the amount of people that came through there. If we can't use that front field for parking, it kind of congests everything in the back and kind of bottlenecks it. So hopefully next year we'll get a little bit better weather. That front field will be available for parking. We can spread out a little bit more. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. We plan for that to take place here at City Hall. There's a possibility that we may move that to the multipurpose building, depending if things work out right and we get a lot of feedback, positive feedback, we may move that event there. February 4th, we put that on there. I know we're a little bit out. That's the father and daughter dance. That is going to take place at the multipurpose building this year. Senior Center past events, November 4th, lunch at Asuka. November 17th, they had their Thanksgiving luncheon. Upcoming events, Shoney's Breakfast. December 14th is their Christmas dinner at the Multipurpose Building. And then they have a field trip planned to Uncle Bud's. No meetings in January. Kathy would like to say thanks to Bridget Cole and LaVergne High School Beta Club for the snow rink volunteers. We've had at least 2, sometimes up to 4 show up every day that's been open to assist us in giving out skates, and Box 100 for all their help at the Winter Festival. Any questions?
David, do you want to go ahead and say who we're working on as the guest speaker for the Martin Luther King Day celebration?
I can comfortably. I don't want to get overly excited about it in case something does happen, but we did have a verbal commitment yesterday after our staff meeting. We have had some pretty awesome guest speakers for that event in the past. We've had Dr. McPhee from MTSU, Dr. Gloria Bonner a couple times. This year we have Shamil Balbalosa signed up, and yesterday we confirmed with John DeBerry. If anybody is not familiar with him, he is a legendary Tennessee lawmaker. I believe he marched with Dr. King. I believe he was at Dr. King's in the audience, Dr. King's last speech the day before he was assassinated. So he's now senior advisor in Governor Lee's cabinet, and we're thrilled to death to get him. I've seen a lot of things for the better in this city since I started working here, and this is probably about one of the most that I'm excited about. If we can pull that off, firsthand knowledge and experience of that segregation, that would be huge for us.
Good to hear.
So keep our fingers crossed. I don't want to. He did confirm yesterday, so that's good. Trying to work the logistics out with his team, but we're really looking forward to that. I texted my wife as soon as we got that confirmation and said I'm pumped about this one. We've been working on him for a couple of years. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library, Miss Donna Bebout. We missed you at the workshop.
I heard you all had some special guests. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderwomen. Good to see you.
That almost got shot.
And tased. Okay, we'll move on. For the month of November, you can see that our numbers are beginning to inch up a little bit at a time. COVID did a number on us like it did many places, but we are gaining ground now with our attendance and our circulation, and we distributed 60 new patron cards, so that's still going great. I wanted to talk about 3 events that we're going to be having in December. One of the ones is our Saturday movies at the library. We have been doing this for about 4 months now, and attendance has been very light. We would love to see friends to come out and sit in the meeting room with us, watch the movie Elf, eat some snacks, and just have a good time laughing together. That's going to be on December the 10th at 2 p.m. We're having a very special jammy story time reading night. That will be Thursday, this coming Thursday, December the 8th at 5:30 p.m. Our guest readers are LaVergne High School Junior ROTC Wolverine Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel retired Glenn Shirley, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Riley Hill, and Cadet Major Leah Mondragon, and the student leadership will be in attendance. They're going to be reading 7 books created from scratch by themselves about the 7 Army values. I would like to read an email that I received from Cadet Major Leah Mondragon. She says, "We are LaVergne High School Junior ROTC Wolverine Battalion. As a part of our annual service learning project, we, as a battalion, have decided on creating 7 different books made by our program completely from scratch about our 7 Army values. These values are loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Each plot of the books was designed by our class leaders, then given to our cadets. The cadets then partnered up and created a page of dialogue and illustration. The student leadership then digitalized our books and printed them out so that we would successfully be able to read and donate to our community. The reason behind this project is to educate both our community and ourselves about how valuable our 7 Army values can be by putting them into real-life situations. Our students learning how to write and work as a team is really important in our program. We wanted to give back to our community and reach toward the younger generation. We wanted to include the younger students and hopefully teach them important lessons that we wish we could have learned at their age. We hope to help them grow into respectable and well-behaved young adults. Lieutenant Colonel retired Glenn Shirley, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Riley Hill, Cadet Major Leah Mondragon, and our student leadership will be in attendance at our reading night this Thursday, December the 8th at 5:30 p.m. in the Storytime Room. We are looking forward to reading the books we created. We are also extremely grateful to the LaVergne Public Library for letting us use the library to read to our community. Very excited to have these people come and be a part of our story times. They went to several of the elementary schools and gave out flyers. We're hoping to get several of our students in from our different schools for this story time. We welcome everyone. I think this will be a unique situation and a unique experience. Okay, and the last thing that'll be going on at the library to end us up for the holidays is a story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit from Santa Claus. This will be Saturday, December the 17th. The story time will begin at 1 p.m. and Santa appears at 1:30. Santa will be in the gallery meeting his friends until 3:30. Goodie bags and snacks to go will be available. Be sure and bring your camera, your phone, so you can take pictures and capture those memories. And of course, you can find all of our events and all of our programs at catalog.lavergnetn.gov. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Time, though. Finance report. Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, Alderwomen. I'll be giving you the highlights of our financial report. In our general fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $871,000. On our local sales tax, our year-to-date amount is $5,220,000. That's $1,220,000 above budget and $394,000 above our prior year. State Street Aid revenues exceeded expenses by $32,800. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $92,000. Water and sewer, our revenue exceeded expenses by $1,003,000. On our second page is just our bank balances. And our third page, we're comparing to prior year. In our general fund, our revenue is up $86,600. Our expenses are up $403,000. In the water and sewer, our revenue's up $190,970. Expenses are up $9,677. And our water sewer tap fee revenue is down $84,600. Any questions?
No, ma'am, thank you. Water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, welcome to the board. I trust that you've had the opportunity to look over the monthly report for the water treatment plant. There's one thing I would like to note. I want to say thank you to Mike Dietz, Doug Oakley, and Public Works for assisting the water treatment plant clearing some scrap metal we had at the back of the plant. So cleaned it up nice, and we appreciate their help. Any questions?
Yes, sir. I've got some questions about your customer service complaints. Can you go through those for me?
Yes, sir. We had 2 customer complaints this month, both for low pressure. They both consisted of complaints regarding low pressure due to what the customer stated as pebbles or I guess little rocks, clogs in their kitchen faucets. They believed it was due to the incoming water, so they requested that we flush the nearest hydrant. We did do that. That is not something we typically do due to their request. It was done. However, we are working with the plant staff in order to come up with better ways to handle these low pressure complaints, looking at like we normally do with the PRVs, as well as anything else that might be causing those issues.
Do you all reach out to Public Works with Michael Dietz's department at all with this? Because I know sometimes if they have like a water softening system that's been punctured, some of that will cause some of those pebbles that they're seeing, as well as to also check the screen that's at the meter, because if that's failing, that could be the cause of that versus just flushing it and it coming back around to flush again, because depending on how far away they are from the hydrant, that may not even have an impact on them.
Yes, sir. And that's why we want to work on first, to answer your question, I have not reached out to Mike about these complaints here. I still need to reach back out to the customer to make sure that this issue has resolved. If it has not, I plan to talk to Mike and also try to resolve this issue in better ways, as you stated, to make sure that we're not missing something. So if there is pebbles actually in there or in our line, in the distribution line, that we can find a way to rid that so it's not affecting the customers.
Okay. Any other questions?
What about your number 2 pump? Is that the same one that was on there last month, or is that a different one?
Different. So this happened actually Thursday. So we just, we're going to rotate the pumps, found out that there's a motor failure alarm on there. We're in the middle of troubleshooting that, still trying to figure out what's going on with that, working with Eaton MR Systems, trying to see what exactly is going on with the drive. The motor seems to be intact. We have checked all the wiring and everything seems to be reacting the way we want it to, so we think it's something more internally in the drive.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes.
It's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I said last
Did you
week.
say her first?
Oh, he said
I said you
but I responded
Oh, for both of, okay, that's okay.
It's okay. Second reading, ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? Our second. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second? Our second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, Resolution 2022-26, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? Our second. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-27, a resolution to donate surplus stop sticks to Weakley County Sheriff's Office. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-28, a resolution to authorize city officials and employees to take such action as they deem appropriate to enforce the bid bond submitted by Fellowship Construction Incorporated and issued by Ohio Farmers Westfield Insurance Company. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I will second. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee. We also have one vacancy due to the resignation of Marshall Smith, and we have received one application from an Anne Marie Carter. I'll make a motion to appoint Alderwoman Hobbs and Anne Marie Carter to this board. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have Economic Development Advisory Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee.
I make a motion to appoint Mayor Jason Cole to this committee.
Have a motion to appoint myself. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Next, we have the Greenway Advisory Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee.
I make a motion to appoint Alderwoman Hobbs.
Have a motion for Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next, we have the LaVergne Housing Authority. The term for Chuck Isbell expired on November 30th. He would like to stay on this board. We have no other applicants, so I will appoint him back to the Housing Authority. Next, we have the Library Board. We need to appoint a council member. And the chairman of the board is selected by the Library Board members as required by state law. Need a motion to appoint someone.
I make a motion to appoint Mayor Jason Cole to this board.
Have a motion to appoint myself. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee, and I will make a motion to appoint Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstained.
Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got one vacancy on the board due to the resignation of Carol Haas, and we have received one applicant, Rick Autry, for this, so I will appoint him to that board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
That motion passes. Next, we have the Planning Commission. We have got, we need to appoint a council member to the Planning Commission, and I'm going to make a motion to appoint Carol Haas to that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
Motion passes. I'm also going to remove Diane Sanders and John Rutledge from the Planning Commission and appoint Mark Molnar and Graham Coates to the Planning Commission. Last, we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We have one term vacant, which is Carol Haas's, and we already have 2 applicants to this board. We've got Chuck Isbell and Tabitha Howard. I'll appoint Tabitha Howard to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
We're in December. Make sure your pets have fresh water and shelter.
Computer program or device.
Check on the elderly. An issue that I've got a lot of calls on is the sale of the Fire Station 1 on Stonewall Road for $300,000. The concern was that the pawn shop next door was auctioned off, and it was auctioned off at $650,000 plus a 10% buyer fee. That puts that above $700,000. I thought I'd bring that to attention. And again, I have put on the agenda about the hiring and firing issues, and again, the mayor has removed it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, it's just a couple announcements here. The LaVergne Rescue Unit fundraiser is having a country ham breakfast this Saturday, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., $12 per person. I'd also like to announce the South Waldron neighbors are doing a food drive next week from December 11th through the 18th. You can reach out to Diane Sanders or reach out to my city email at khobbs@lavergnetn.gov if you're unable to find additional details on that via Facebook. Second of all, I want to thank John Rutledge and Diane Sanders for your commitment and dedication for volunteering as members of the Planning Commission. The community has been blessed to have you advocating for our interests the past 2 years. I'm personally disheartened by this decision, knowing your love and service to LaVergne, not just for the last 2 years on the Planning Commission, but for the decades you've been a part of this community. I expressed my concern over the dismissal of Planning Commission members prior to the expiration of their term, though Mayor Cole has the right to appoint and dismiss members without a nomination or vote from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. I feel an explanation for the action would encourage the culture of transparency and accountability to our city government. To my knowledge, there's been no allegations or evidence of misconduct, so it's certainly a bit shocking Mayor Cole would dismiss members he personally appointed in 2020, especially Ms. Sanders, who he entrusted with the title of vice chair. Mr. Rutledge, who was appointed in 2020 with the term expiration of December 2024, though ran as the mayor's opposition this past election cycle, still represents the interest, vision, and the values of 30% of LaVergne's voting population, which is no small number. So I think it would be unreasonable to say his perspective is not relevant to our community. Again, I encourage the mayor to address the matter, given that these could be misinterpreted as, perhaps a overall poor judgment of character if you appointed these well-respected and upstanding individuals and now have such grave concern over these positions that you would terminate these volunteers prior to their terms. Or perhaps that the individuals no longer fit your agenda and are replaced with those to do such. So neither of these are to be considered as accusations, but certainly an opportunity for you to bring clarity and transparency to your actions for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas. Please order. Alderwoman Haas.
I just once again like to thank everyone that came out for the swearing-in ceremony. I know the weather was really icky, and that's one of my favorite words. So, and again, the holiday season is coming up. Please remember safe travels if you're traveling, and if you're staying home, happy holidays. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, no?
No, sir, got nothing.
Well, I just want to remind everybody about the library's different holiday events. December 8th is the special Jammies time at 5:30. December 10th is 2 p.m. ELF. And then December 17th is story time with Mrs. Claus and Santa. So we're going to have a good time. With that, I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. Call this meeting adjourned.
Adjourn.
Adjourned.